1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me from outside, I kindly request that you make your way back in. Our online audience is ready to join in. Although we're players in the downstream sector, we are not footballers, and so no need for offside traps. I ask that we please move forward and fill the seats in front. Thank you very much. All our friends at the back, please, as a favor for our camera crew, we want to capture the attendance in a very good way. Thank you. (9:35) it is, and let's begin this morning by invoking the presence of God Almighty and ask for His blessings to be with us from now until the successful end of this program. And all who believe in the one true God, the Father of all, shall say amen. To you, the Minister, I beg your pardon, to you, our CEO of the National Petroleum Authority, the Honorable Dr. Mustafa Hamid, to you, Deputy CEOs, Directors, Captains of Industry within the downstream oil sector, distinguished guest speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I say good morning. It's from my heart. Good morning. And welcome to day 2 of the Ghana International Petroleum Conference, called at the behest of the NPA in collaboration with the Association of Oil Marketing Companies and the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors. Today we meet here to further our course as we explore that important theme of the petroleum downstream sector: efficiency, growth, and sustainability. We want to begin with a recap of how yesterday went, and so for the next few minutes, help me receive the rapporteur as they run us through day 1. A round of applause as they come.
The CEO of the NPA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm here to present a recap of what transpired here yesterday. So our session started at approximately 10 a.m. in the morning. We started with a series of addresses, and our CEO of the NPA, Dr. Mustafa Hamid, welcomed us with a brief address. With his address, he threw more light on the petroleum downstream sector in Ghana, some of the achievements chalked and challenges faced. We also had a series of addresses from the CEO of the Bulk Oil Distributors Association, the Bulk Oil Distributors, an association of oil marketing companies. We were privileged to have in our midst our platinum sponsors for this event, that is EY and Persol Systems Limited, whose support contributed to such a wonderful conference we are having now. They expressed their pleasure in sponsoring this year's Ghipcon and are open to partner with the sector to address challenges, explore opportunities, and chart a course towards a sustainable and prosperous future. As they put it, they are more than professional service firm. They are allies in shaping an industry that is resilient, innovative, and sustainable. We had our keynote address by the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. It was such a privilege. His address was delivered by the Minister of Energy on his behalf. The Energy Minister elaborated on the several policy interventions aimed at propelling the petroleum downstream sector. Then we had a series of presentations yesterday from CITAC, NPA, and the Bank of Ghana. These presentations preceded the first and second panel discussions. The presentation by CITAC revealed that the strong population growth in Africa is the main driver of demand for energy. This development provides an opportunity to scale up energy access, providing sustainable and clean energy to consumers. Also, domestic oil refinery capacity has a tangible effect on shaping oil market dynamics in West Africa, shifting from imports to domestically produced products. A classical example was the Dangote oil refinery in Nigeria, and also the Central oil refinery in Ghana, that once it's fully operational, is capable of reducing Ghana's imports of crude by about 50%. The NPA leveraged on their presentation to throw more light on the critical role they are playing and will have to play for the efficiency, growth, and sustainability of Ghana's petroleum downstream sector. This they do by ensuring safety standards and compliance, efficient pricing, and the cylinder recirculation model. On the CRM, the CEO of the NPA, Dr. Mustafa Hamid, appealed to all stakeholders to embrace the CRM as it is the way to go, and all countries around the world are also moving towards that. The regulatory focus of the regulator, which is the NPA, has been deregulation, which has been achieved, thankfully. This focus is on three core functions, which is the supply of infrastructure, product, and price. Currently, premixed fuel is the only product which has not been deregulated. The role of the Bank of Ghana in ensuring a sustainable and efficient petroleum downstream sector was also expounded. A major role played by the BOG is the provision of forex through bilateral interventions, forward auction, which makes available about $20 million bi-weekly. There is also the policy of gold for oil, which helps bring in refined oil without putting stress on our FX reserves. This takes us to our first panel discussion for yesterday. The panel discussion was moderated by Mr. Gary Still on the theme Ensuring Sustainable Oil Supply, Strategies and Challenges. These are some of the key issues that came up from the panel discussion. That first of all, though the country desires boards to hold reserves, nobody pays the premium. This is because the strategic reserve levy has been zeroed out since 2007. This is according to the MD of BOST. As he puts it, BOST has inventory and not reserves at the moment. There is also a need for regulation and very deep thinking from the policymakers concerning petroleum security of the country. Having a refinery that works requires an enabling environment. That is, if we are to get TOR to stand on its feet, if we are to get private sector to invest or come into oil refinery in Ghana, we need to create an enabling environment. And it's a multi-sectoral approach, including the banks, government, policy, everyone involved. The introduction of the G4O was to anchor forex in the short run, while other factors affecting FX improve. BOST is also now known as bulk energy, and this is to reflect the current trend in the energy sector. It is now an energy company. And we also move on to our second panel discussion, which was moderated by Dr. Yedu Esando on the theme, the impact of government regulations on petroleum downstream sector. This was an insightful panel discussion which brought to bear the challenges and the regulatory issues that the sector faces. First of all, it came out from this presentation or this discussion that price deregulation has given the biggest success and the biggest challenge for the regulator. Regulation has also corrected some of the distortions that had to do with transportation system. The ERDMS and vehicle tracking system have sanitized the industry, ensuring transparency. There was also an issue of multiple regulatory bodies, which is sometimes confusing, as all these regulatory bodies have different standards that they want the players to keep up with. The instability of prices was also negatively affecting the margins of OMCs, which they voiced out yesterday. There was also the need for extensive consultation and stakeholder engagements between the players, which is the OMCs, and the regulator, as the OMCs were not happy with some of the things that their members were going through. For example, some of them having their portals closed without announcements, and getting them back online wasn't an easy task. There was also an issue of the number of players within the sector, that until we get a grip on the number of players, which is the CBODs, some of these conversations on the challenges will always come up. As with every regulation, there are challenges, but the goal is to strive for efficiency, as was put by the regulator, NPA. It also came up that the current licensing regime by the regulator is a bit problematic and needs review. So this was a recap of what happened during the second presentation. Our conference was closed at approximately 5 p.m. Thank you very much.
Excellent summary. I think we can do it better for our rapporteurs. But since pictures speak 1,000 words, I believe videos will even speak 1,000,000 words. Please, a video recap of yesterday.
Ghipcon, as you see, the Downstream Conference. This is the only conference that, as you heard today, we've dealt in policies, in strategies, in regulations that will address the issues that we have in the downstream.
So, on behalf of the Vice President and the Government of Ghana, it is my singular privilege to declare this year's Ghana International Petroleum Conference duly open.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and let's celebrate.
The petroleum downstream sector has come to maturity, to be honest. Even way before independence, we had service providers bringing petroleum products in and selling to us. We've reached a point where we've gone beyond the basics, and so it is our job to improve upon the efficiency.
And that is to growth, efficiency, and sustainability. Please put your hands together. If you're joining us online, you are not late at all to this all-important conversation in the oil and gas downstream. We're talking about the petroleum downstream, how to promote growth, efficiency, and sustainability. Yesterday, we started off by exploring financing in the petroleum imports with gold, instead of the Baumia Mahama debate. We had a foretaste of that with the Sapong and Provençal debate. Today, we're going to understand that aspect in full detail, in granular detail, because we have an expert who is going to flesh for us the need for financing in the petroleum imports with gold. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the one, the only CEO of Daylex Finance, Mr. Joe Jackson. We have 15 minutes.
15 minutes, no problem. Apologies, I have got to get my technology resolved. And good morning. I see you like my monkey. Sometimes when we have to talk about these issues, we almost like monkeys jabbering and talking, and today I hope to shed a little bit more light onto this issue about financing petroleum imports and the issues that come up. The city is a mess. It's a royal mess, and the CD affects all of us. I mean, the mess is so bad that, you know, when you hear the anecdotal stories coming from some of the bulk oil distributors, it's horrendous. Some have lost huge sums of money. Some have lost. And all of us, every Ghanaian in every nook and cranny, is suffering because sometimes our forecasting goes off. And because we tend to focus, because of the way the mess is, we tend to focus. Today, I'm going to look at what are the alternatives and what is the one thing we could do to benefit not just the petroleum sector, but the whole economy. My name is Joe Jackson. I'm the CEO of Daylex Finance. I'm a pioneer in software development. I dabble in a lot of marketing, and I'm a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Economists. All right. By the time we finish today, I beg to show that, of course, gold for oil, it reduces the pressure on the cedi. Right? And it allows greater retention of exports. And that's one significant benefit we're all not talking about. Of course, it will reduce speculation and it will stabilize the price of petroleum imports, the petroleum products, right? Our kickstart. The cedi is a mess. And why is it such a mess? And what can we do to mitigate the mess? That's what I'll be talking about today. The cedi is a mess. We feel it in our pockets, right? And we feel it at various levels. But here in the petroleum sector, it's a mess that impacts everything we do. Because to a large extent, the petroleum products are imported. The mess is obvious. Look, when I go down to January 2022, the cedi was 6 cedis to $1. Kept rising. By January 24th, I hit 11. Then it took a steep jump. 15.1 by the end of June. Today, we're talking about 15.5 and more. 60% depreciation. I like to give this analogy. 2 years ago, if I was paid 6,000 cedis a month, I could go out and do $1,000 worth of stuff. Today, if I'm paid $6,000 a month, 6,000 cedis a month, I can barely do 400. That's the reality of the situation. So all of us have been hit. All of us have been hit. CD is a royal mess, right? And since this quarter, it just seems to have gone haywire, completely haywire. And you can see the numbers. 9.4% depreciation in 3 months. That's just crazy. And today what I want to talk about is, why has the CD gone crazy? Why is it such a mess? What's the problem? Listen, the common narrative says we are addicted to imports, isn't it? And everybody wants to say, how do I solve this import problem? How do I get people to import less, export more? Very simple. It says that your trade balance is the difference between exports and imports. If your trade balance is negative, there's a scarcity of forex, and the CD depreciates. If the trade balance is positive, surplus, and the currency appreciates. You've been told over and over. And listen, I've played into that narrative in times past. And we all say, you import too much. Let's be patriotic. But I want to put out today that if you're going to solve this problem, then we've got to look deeper. And when you look deeper, the numbers don't show that we import too much. If I look at Ghana's trade balance, December, at the end of the year, from 2017, all the way to 2024, April, which is the last time we got the numbers out of, and these numbers are from Bank of Ghana, macroeconomic and financial data. And these numbers are in millions of dollars. There's been no year where we've had less than $1 billion in a positive trade balance. So the question then becomes, why is the CD depreciating? It doesn't make sense. And unless we look at this issue from that angle, maybe we are trying to solve the wrong problem. Because it's not just a little matter of exporting more, importing more that's going to solve, because the numbers don't stack up. This year, last year, the year before, with all our economic problems, our trade balance was positive. And so when you look at accounting for forex, all manner of things come up. You see, on one hand, there's our trade balance. Imports, exports, they sit there. But then there's also the capital account that now includes things like net FDI, debt service, which is a really big issue because we are sending out over 50% of our revenue in debt service, and in transfers, and in remittances. So the problem cannot be that we import too much. In fact, this economy should be able to support importing more. That's not the problem. There's something happening to the dollars that we bring in that we should look at. and say, what do we do to hold on to those dollars that we bring in? Because obviously, they're just being shipped out. Look, when you look at your value of your exports, gold is now sitting on top, 45%. The oil sits second. So between gold and oil, it constitutes about 68% of all our export earnings. Cocoa beans, the rest just fall behind. So let's look at what happens in our gold and oil export sector. What happens there? Where are the dollars getting? What's happening there? And I dare say that let's look at extractive sector retention. Maybe I'll kick off with Botswana. Botswana exports diamonds, etc., and holds on to 51.8% of its revenue. So when $100 are exported, $51.8 come back to be used for the economy. Nigeria exports oil. 51.6% comes back to be used for the economy. Ghana, we export oil, 17.9% comes back. So you see that export value sitting on top of there. Less than 20% of that money comes back to be used in this country. And when we talk about gold and others, the situation is sad, really, really sad. 6.5% comes back. The bulk goes away. So maybe the problem is not exporting enough or importing too much. The problem is, how do we hold on to the money that we bring in? Because the money that we bring in is big enough. How do we hold on to more FX revenue? How do we become, and it's sad, it seems like we become politically independent 65 plus years ago, but our economy is not. And we need to drive towards greater economic independence. Look, we've got to enforce local content laws. We don't even need new laws. The laws are there already. Why is it that the richest gold mine, it's the 10th richest gold mine in the world, it sits in Ghana, Newmont. Sometimes you have to buy water from Côte d'Ivoire. What's wrong with us? Why don't we enforce those laws? It's written, the rules are written already. And I have a big one. Why do these companies who sit on oil, and why do they pay their taxes and their royalties in cedis? Don't increase the tax rate. Maybe even give them a rebate, but get them to pay in dollars. That's the truth. And for me, using cedis to buy gold for our reserves should be enshrined in the law. Then there's one. I happened to be on a local radio station, and I've been pushing this agenda for some time, and I was talking about this and trying to explain it in Tree on one of our local stations. And the presenter asked me a question, and I felt so stupid. This is a lady, and I'm struggling to explain all these concepts in Tree, and she says to me, Mr. Jackson, say in Continental, Obana obeye Juma wo ye krom ha ye ebunu ni ebusa ebunu ni say den obeji asase na nya odi asase ne beye no ye chemu ne be pie fim no ye chemu mienu nti sa wo do banche a ye chemu mienu ne ade banche odi banche na breme na me a asase ne ye me de no makoton ye chemu miensa ebusa na bia odi amame edenti na yenye sa wo gold and oil. Why are we not using JVs? Why are we not using production share agreements? Very simple. And he says, this has been here since the time of our grandfathers. So just maybe the challenge to do with the scarcity of forex has nothing to do with exporting more. It has more with, and listen, there is absolutely no reason why companies can't start paying their royalties and their taxes in US dollars tomorrow. Why not? We're all suffering. It takes a rule, it takes GRA and Parliament to do that. And we could have an immediate impact. Why not? The question is, why not? Pay your taxes in dollars. You earn dollars. I'll even give you a discount because I need the dollars. So that we can start to retain more so that the scarcity will disappear. Right? I have very little time, so I have to move on. Otherwise, I'm sure my MC will start signaling me. Listen, look at this graph. Since 2016, gold has outperformed the US dollar by over 105%. Gold has outperformed the US dollar by over 105%. And this country sits on possibly $10 trillion in gold reserves. I mean, we could argue whether it's 10 trillion or more or less. 10 trillion is a number out there. But the number is definitely huge and dwarfs anything that we could say or talk about in oil. Listen, we have a choice. You see, we could go on as we are doing and not retaining the value, and each year complaining. Or we could say, let's change things so that you in the sector will have more forex to import. Guess what? The problem is not that we are importing too much. That's not it. Let no one ever say that. Ask them to go and look at the numbers. That's not true. We are suffering because when we export, we fail to hold the money. As a country, what we're doing would be so. If the country was somebody's company, would he export, right, and not retain ownership of the money that comes? Would you work to a margin of 6%? When other comparable countries are doing 50% margin, there's something wrong with us. There's something wrong with us. $10 trillion, it underscores the immense potential we have. And listen, if we buy gold in cities and we take that gold and use it to fund our imports, one of the things that happens is that we start to retain more of the value. Because if we wait for that gold to be exported, only $6 or less will come back. Then all of a sudden we are scrambling around. But if we deal with this issue by saying, open it up, every petroleum importing company should be able to have a program that should allow it to buy gold in cedis. Gold is gold. Gold is really gold. Whether the gold, $100 worth of gold is $100 worth of gold. If you bought $100 of gold in cedis and we exported it, that just means that is less pressure on the forex that the small forex that is coming in. That is also, more importantly, retaining more of the value in-house. Listen, for me, it's straightforward. Let's expand this program. The numbers we are doing are too small. Let's license more people to do it. Let's expand this program because lesson number one, it reduces pressure on the cedi. Number two, it allows for greater retention. That's clear. The little we do, we retain close to 100%. It will reduce speculation. But for my grandaunt who is living in Senyabreku, my village, it will stabilize the price of petroleum products. Listen, let's look at the last 3 months. Let's look at some of the numbers. Let's peg average demand at around $400 million. Let's peg BOG gives you maybe 40 million, give or take. The limited program we have has been delivering some amount, but we've still been going to the open market for anything up to 331 million in April, 252 million in May, and in June, 272 million. I dare say, let's expand the program. Your third line there, let's expand it. Let's change things. I'll wrap up my presentation with this quote. In the middle of chaos, there's always opportunity. The current difficulties we are going through have give us pause to think. You see, Ohia or Madrin. Poverty makes you a thinker. That's our opportunity to look at these numbers carefully and to go back and say, let's expand the gold. Let's expand gold exploration. Let's expand gold and let's buy it. Let's show up our reserves. Let's do things for this economy, right? Let's reduce the pressure on the cedi. Let's allow for greater retention, reduce speculation, and above all, stabilize the price of petroleum products. Thank you very much. My name is Joe Jackson.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it up for Mr. Joe Jackson. You've been such a blessing to this audience by giving us clarity on this very perplexing issue. Please, one more time. If you had taught me economics, I would have been an A student. I promise you that. And so, ladies and gentlemen, all is set now for us to explore the various opportunities that this presents, not from the Ghanaian perspective alone, but from the continental perspective. Mr. Jackson, thank you ever so much. You may please resume your seat. And so with all that's been said, we want to take a continental view because this problem is not only akin to Ghana, it is continental. And so for the next 1 hour, we're going to hear from the petroleum downstream industry opportunities through after, the role of private refineries in petroleum product supply and distribution. However, before that, there is a safety announcement with the owner of a red Chevy, registered GW117224, red Chevy, registered GW117224. Owner or driver, please move your vehicle immediately. Here to moderate this all-important conversation, we're joined by a very great friend, who happens to be the Executive Secretary of the African Refiners and Distributors Association. Make welcome Mr. Anibo Kraga.
Is this working? Okay, this is working. Good. Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, my distinguished president, Dr. Mustafa Abdul Hamid. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. After the energy of the last speaker, I wasn't sure whether I was supposed to be doing my local content panel now or act for now. I'm a bit confused. But just to give you perspective, you know, everything in Nigeria is big. So while you are consoling yourself with 15 cedis to $1, we're at 1,500 cedis to $1. So that's why I have no hair anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here to talk about ACTFA and the opportunities for the local downstream industry. But to preface it, I will start, since the last speaker started with a quote. I like quotes, they kind of shape the day. Thomas Edison, the great American innovator and inventor, had a fantastic quote which I think should help us think through this session. He says, if we did all the things we were capable of doing, we would literally astonish ourselves. And I say this because Ghipcon 2021, I was here in Accra and we talked about ACTFA. And we're very clear about what we wanted to do, all the ambitions that we had, you know, 55 countries potentially, 1.3 billion people market potentially, combined GDP of $3.4 trillion potentially. But have we done all that we are capable of doing since ACTFA was put in place? Now, the good news is Africa's population is growing immensely. 1 in 2 people born between now and 2040 is going to be African. Our populations in our major cities are growing, urbanization. We're going to have 30 cities in Africa with 5 million or more people in them. And the downstream sector is going to be front and center because, with all due respect to the upstream sector, I tell everybody everywhere I speak, nobody here put a barrel of crude oil into a plane or a car or anything to get here. They had to refine it. They had to transport it. So with all due respect, we are the value addition sector. So we are the ones that touch the common man. So we are part of the story. And there's potential for us to increase intracontinental exports by 81% by 2035 and all that. So there's a lot of potential. So help me in this discourse today. I have 3 distinguished panelists. My first panelist, when I call your name, please come up to the stage. Mr. Arman Yoka, the Senior Associate of ATEX Africa. Please give him a round of applause. He's going to help us solve the CD mess and everything, so please help him. He's a Senior Associate with ATEX Africa, a pioneering trading platform launched by Afreximbank, the Africa Continental Free Trade Act Secretariat, and UNECA in collaboration with the African Union to ease international trade for African companies within the framework. Our second speaker is Mr. Kwaku Poku Asamoah Manu, Head of Operations and Technical Fuel Trade Ghana Limited. Round of applause for him too. He's the Head of Operations with over 14 years experience in the energy industry across business development, operations, finance, and accounting. And our last panelist is your very own Frank Kwaku Dua, the Inspections Manager at Tema Oil Refinery. He has over 20 years in refining and inspection engineering management and has done numerous projects across Tema Oil Refinery over the years. So ladies and gentlemen, this is our distinguished panel. I'll take a seat right now and walk us through the events of the day. While we're waiting, thank you very much. So welcome, panelists, and I hope you enjoyed the coffee and everything that was served, because nothing in life is free, and we're about to get into it. And to start and frame this, I think we've heard about ACTFA, all that we potentially can do. And my starting question actually is going to be for you, Kwaku. And essentially it's this. With all we know about ACTFA, I mean, in Davos this year, there was all this excitement about all the things that are going to happen. But the reality is, we just saw this presentation about local content and how do we balance that. So I would say, how do regional geopolitical factors and trade and non-trade barriers, how are those affecting investment decisions for downstream businesses under ACTFA?
Thank you very much, Anibo. This is a very interesting one because in my previous role at Fuel Trade, I used to oversee new business and external markets, and that will take me around parts of Africa to try and sell our products there. And so with the opportunity that AFTA presents us, with all the promise that it gives, these are real issues to look at. And the geopolitical factors are real concerns. I mean, we look at political stability, for instance. Within the sub-region, we've had about 4 coups in a matter of 3-4 years. And that makes it very difficult to do business with all the promise that AFTA has. We have some insurgencies in parts of Niger, Burkina, even in the northern part of Nigeria. And so it's a real concern, like I say. And you're looking at issues like marine security, even in the Gulf of Guinea, when you're trading products on the seas. It's still the concern that we are grappling with. And so it calls for AFTA to lead that conversation together with the regional economic blocs and the national government to improve security in the region. I think in the past 2 weeks or so, we've had the 4 military juntas elect to take themselves out of ECOWAS, which is really a setback for us in our efforts to do business in and around the West African region. So I tie that in even with the trade and non-trade barriers. When you're trying to do business into other parts of Africa, you're looking at issues of high tariffs. Import duties is a concern. Customs procedures, which can be a lot simpler. In Ghana, we've made very meaningful strides towards that, but there's still a lot of work to be done. We're looking at putting together or harmonizing our standards. And so talking about that into further detail, we elected Ghana, that is, to import, or starting from 2016-17, we've been doing 50 ppm for gasoline and gas oil. But it's only fairly recently that we've had countries like Nigeria even come on board. That is as recent as June this year. And we're still struggling. Last week, one of our customers reached out to us wanting to buy 500 ppm. And you can imagine, 500 ppm today. So it means that even in the West African region, before we even extend our frontiers into other parts of Africa, there's a problem and there's a mismatch, which we need to harmonize. Burkina is still doing 3,000 ppm. Niger and all the other countries around us are still struggling to catch up with where Ghana has moved to. And so these are the issues that we face. I've mentioned customs. We can talk about the bureaucracies, for instance. We tend to do a lot of export, fuel trade that is. We do a lot of re-export business. Sometimes these trucks come here and they have to wait for so long because there are administrative procedures to fulfill. Yeah. MPA needs to give you no objection letters. You take that to customs, they're asking for another layer of admin. So all these things need to be smoothened out, and I think that AFTA can play a very critical role in addressing these concerns to facilitate trade within the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that answer. I think you highlighted quite a few key points, and I want to really take a bit more time just to talk on the non-trade barriers, because you highlighted a few of them. But those are the things that, even when you want to do business, for example, I saw an article recently on the first transaction that was supposed to happen between, I think, Rwanda and Ghana, and they were all excited only for them to start to kick off, and they found out there was some documentation, maybe it was packaging issues, and so on and so forth that had not been harmonized. So I think it's very important. But since you brought up the point about specifications, I think it's only fair that I speak to our refiner in the room, Mr. Frank, and just can you tell us a bit about the current challenges facing the adoption and harmonization of product quality standards amongst ACTFA members?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nebo. So we're talking about Africa now, not only Ghana. Yes, and I understand Africa, when we talk about gas oil alone, or AGO, we have over 12 different variants with ppm of sulfur looking at 10 ppm towards about 4,000 ppm. Yes, and gasoline as well, we also have about 10 or 11 different variants of gasoline. Gasoline as well, we're talking about 10 ppm to about 2,500 ppm across the continent. So how do we marry these whole disparities to have a smooth transition for after? And solution is just policy or legal framework. Yes, but how do we get about 54 or 55 countries to agree on one journey? That's the challenge, you know. And I know ADA is putting in some effort with your Afri-6. ASO as well is also working on, you know, having a liberalized liberalized arrangement where we can have a common standard of product specifications to allow cross-country, you know, transfers and what have you, yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you very much. I won't hold it against you that you're talking about ASO versus ADA, but you can see even in Africa, we have ASO, ADA having discussions on standards. Definitely right about the multiple standards across the continent. What is important about, point out that the need for regional economic commissions like ECOWAS, SADC, EAC are very important. ADA has been working, as you mentioned, with the African Union Commission on harmonized Pan-African specs across the continent and also supporting ECOWAS members. So we've talked about non-trade barriers and regional issues. We've talked about fuel specs. So let's even assume we get all of that done. And now come to my dear friend, Armand. So, oh, sorry. You good? Okay. So to realize the full potential, let's even assume we get past all of that, you know. Can you tell us about the key infrastructural development issues and, you know, rail, pipeline, and all of that, that is actually crucial to deliver on the ACTFA potential?
All right. So first, infrastructure is one of the non-trade barriers. So what you've mentioned is directly intertwined with infrastructure projects. And in order to reach the full potential of the downstream industry in Africa and Ghana, infrastructure going to play a key role. And there are several players that need to take the lead on that. The first ones being the multilateral development banks, MDBs, and the DFIs. Why? Because they have access to a long-term capital, so patient capital, and a credit rating that will allow for de-risking the investments needed for infrastructure projects. But in order for that to happen, the policymakers, the authorities, and the public bodies need to create an environment that is welcoming for investment. And again, that intertwines with the non-trade barriers that you were talking about. If those two players manage to play their role, we'll have access to a new type of capital. And one of the key ones is pension funds. We are looking at a potential population of 2.4 billion African population by 2050, a growing middle class. This is capital that's going directly to the pension funds. And pension funds is the perfect capital because just like the DFIs, is patient, is long-term. And if we can tap into that capital that normally goes into government bonds or public equities and instead going to infrastructure projects, that will give us the funding that is highly needed for those projects. And I would say the last part are the association, like the AFCTA. They need to create a scene for negotiation, for discussion, in order to advance on those different infrastructure projects. I think one of the key examples of a potentially perfect private-public partnership is the Lagos-Abidjan corridor highway that brings together so many different players, such as the AFDB, that is leading the funding round, but also coming in as anchor investors. You have ECOWAS, that play a key role in structuring the discussion. You have the AFCTA, that also provide the platform. So it just shows you, and the different government bodies, obviously. It just shows you how, by pairing all of those different players, we can get to real discussion and we can have real advancements when it comes to infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Armand. I really like the energy with that, and being from Nigeria and having my office in Abidjan, I'm very, very excited about the potential of this corridor, because that means I don't have to start waiting at the airport and missing flights and all of that, so maybe my hair will start to grow back, we'll see. But you also pointed out the point on patient capital. Infrastructure projects are long-term projects. Okay, there's no way we're going to use trucks to get fuel or petroleum products from Ghana to, Burkina Faso and all that in an effective manner if we can put pipelines in place. And when you start to match long-term funding, like you're talking about, with long-term projects, you have a fund matching and not a mismatch. And we have a lot of development finance institutions across Africa that will really be able to support this. So we've gone global. Let's start to bring it since we're in Ghana. And my sister tried to get me into the Jollof discussion yesterday, but we'll talk about that later. We're here now, and I'll reserve my comment. So, we're here. Let's talk a little bit, a preview before I go on local content. We're now here, and Aman, I want to take you on from there. Just, how will local content impact on ACTFA, given what we're trying to do and what the ambitions are of Ghana, for example? How will we bring local content in?
So I remember yesterday, Dr. Riverson from the Association of the OMCs mentioned a discussion that he had with the UAE representative in the oil and gas industry. And they were saying we first focused on internal needs. We need to make sure that our population is benefiting from our oil and gas, and the AFCTA understand this. They understand the importance of local development, local growth, but ultimately, in the long term, the AFCTA will happen. It will open new doors, and it will ease the market integration on other continents. So one thing that you have to keep in mind is, as much as you can focus on the local economies first, naturally, our good businessmen and businesswomen will try to expand. And it's the AFCTA role to make sure that they lead the discussion for that transition from the local focus to the continental focus. It's going to be a step-by-step process. At the end of the day, the AFCTA is a project for 2063. So it's a step-by-step process, and it will be very important to have the right discussions amongst the different parties in Africa.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I would like to contribute on this. So before we talk about local content, my question to you is, where is the framework? Where is the master plan for the investor to boost the investor's confidence? When I come in, everything is laid down properly and I know where to put my money. Once you know that, then now we can empower people with trainings, with technology to work towards achieving the aim of the concept.
So you see, this man is trying to flip the script on me. But don't worry, I'm prepared. Let me explain why. You see, the speaker representing the vice president said something about the MPA way. And the reason I'm going to latch on that is because the first and foremost thing for any investor to do anything, whether it's ACFA, is clear regulations. Are there regulations in place to support the investor under his investment horizon? So whether it's ACFA, whether it's Ghana, we have to be clear on the regulation, and that's why MPA is hosting Ghipcon, and that's what this forum is about. But beyond that, the next question is, how are we supporting our local players in the country, in our countries and beyond, on clear project preparation of their projects? Do they have wish lists, or are they clear on the scope, cost, and schedule of the projects they are trying to invest in? The third point is, sadly, we're in oil and gas and fossil fuel, and apart from Africa, where it's going to grow by 45 to 50% in energy demand over the next couple of years, everywhere else is looking very unhappy. So ESG is real, and Sheila spoke yesterday about ESG and the need for that. So to attract investment, ACFA has to also bring that into play to ensure that we can do that. The fourth point, extremely important, and it's going to come to a question, I'll flip back to you, is this. Where is the human capital to execute the projects over the investment horizon? If the man signing the contracts today is retiring in 2 years, who's coming after him, who's coming after her, and so on and so forth? When you have all of that in place, investment will start to show up in a meaningful way. But for the investment to stay, now I come back to you. What is it looking like? What kind of technology transfer and skills transfer must be in place for ACFA to actually work, to make Ghanaian companies Ghanaian first, but world-class second?
That's a tough one.
You ask me a question, I go ask you a question back.
So yeah, we need education, okay? And if you look at oil and gas, for instance, upstream, yeah, we're all happy, excited that, okay, Ghana found oil and there's going to be booming oil and everybody wants to go and do some petroleum engineering. What happened? We have so many graduates, no job. So it's a big challenge because probably we fail to tell ourselves how much oil we're going to extract. Yes, so we didn't have an end-to-end brilliant information on the agenda. So ACFA is broad-based, it's Africa. So we are happy to move into other countries, okay, where there's opportunity. We need to understand the opportunity. We need to grow ourselves towards such opportunities. Then once we are in there, we know we can blend fully. Yes, thank you.
Okay, just go ahead.
When it comes to technology sharing, the AFCTA have put in place a lot of initiatives to democratize information for everyone, individuals and companies. You need to understand that the AFCTA is an organization that thrives and embraces technology. We have one chance here, is the fact that this implementation is happening at a time where technology is peaking. And so if you go on the AFCTA website, you will find the e-tariff books. You will be able to add some online non-trade barriers. And so you can also be involved in how the AFCTA will be shaped in the next coming years. But it's important to put the information out there, just because it feels like oftentimes a lot of companies don't really know the number of resources and tools that are present there for them. And so, yeah, that's something I want to emphasize when it comes to technology sharing.
No, thank you, Armand. I think the point is, just building on what you both said, democratizing the information and technology. One of the things, for example, that's an initiative ARDA is working on is with the African Energy Commission at the African Union is actually working on an initiative on what would it take to build an intra-Africa oil and gas industry. You know, the renaissance we're having across Africa now is thanks to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which has suddenly woken up and everybody realized, oh, we need Africa a lot more. Well, what happens when that all subsides? So it's an initiative with the African Union heading, the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APO, which is the upstream, the oil producers, and ARDA for the downstream to say, how do we work together via initiatives like ACFA to be all that we can be? How can we produce as much oil as we can produce? How can we refine, transport, and add value via refining and petrochemical projects on the continent? And how do we do this via our institutions? I like the point Amanji made about DFIs. Everybody knows about African Development Bank, Africa Finance Corporation, Afrexim Bank. Those are the three big ones, right? There are actually 64 DFIs in Africa, 64. Okay? How do we work with these kind of initiatives via ACTFA to build the balance sheets of these DFIs so that they can actually start to fund the projects and help us be all that we can be? So, I know you thought I'd forgotten you. I haven't. I don't forget anybody. So, Kwaku, my question for you is, so having heard all that you've heard, what opportunities do you believe that ACTFA presents for small and medium-sized enterprises, the SMEs, because that is the lifeline and backbone of all of our countries. So what opportunities are there for SMEs in the downstream sector under ACTFA, and how can they utilize these opportunities to grow into larger scale organizations?
All right, thank you, Hannibal. So for any SME in the petroleum downstream, this is an exciting opportunity because it gives you an expanded market base, okay? With all its promise, tells us that you have a bigger market to sell your products into. Once all the non-trade barriers we spoke about earlier have been addressed, you have a bigger market base, you have the benefit of economies of scale because you can produce at a lower cost per unit now, or you can sell products at a lower cost per unit because you have the benefit of economies of scale. You can also look at innovation and technologies which AFTA will make available to you because of the bigger market you're looking at. All these technologies or innovation is available for you. So for SMEs and for businesses that are small in the petroleum space, this is the benefit that you get from AFTA. Expanded market base, innovation and technology which is available, economies of scale because you can sell products into a bigger market at a lower cost.
Great. Aman, I know you had some points on that.
Yeah, sorry, I love to talk. So I will take the opportunity because you laid the basis to talk about ATEX, which is the B2B platform that I represent. So ATEX is a digital trading platform that was launched by Afrexim Bank in partnership with the AFCTO Secretariat, the African Union, and the UNICA, where we're trying to support African businesses into intra-African trade by connecting them with some key verified buyers and suppliers, but also provide trade finance solutions through Afrexim Bank. And this is the same, it's the opportunity to expand your market, to deal with verified counterparties. We know how hard and how opaque this sector can be, and we're there to kind of provide that light. So that's kind of my small promotion, but overall it's really about the idea of supporting SMEs in trading into the ecosystem.
Thank you for that. I think just building on that, one of the key objectives of ACTFA is the fact that we want to boost intra-regional trade in Africa so that we can improve our resilience to shocks that happen outside the continent, right? So the estimate actually is that only 13% of Africa's trade is interregional versus 55% in Asia, 49% in North America, and 63% in the European Union. So as SMEs, what you actually have as a benefit is you are nimble, and you can take a bit more risk, and you can move faster and start to understand and take advantage of platforms like ATEX and other opportunities to go across the continent and find opportunities that your bigger firms may not be as nimble to do, and I think it's definitely an opportunity there. So my other president mentioned something yesterday, which I have to latch on. He said that he was warned that when he took the job at MPA, he was told it was a crude industry, right? Because it's driven by crude oil. So I have to talk about the dark side. And it just so happened, I don't know whether I was inspired by, I saw uniformed personnel walking, so I had to talk about security. And I do believe that, of course, once ACTFA is fully operational, sadly, there will be illicit activities, smuggling and things like that that will be there, especially when you have non-harmonization of regulations and things like that. So I'd just like to hear from the panelists, maybe I'll start with my brother from Tema Oil Refinery. How can countries like Ghana work to minimize this cross-border crime while allowing free flow of goods? And then maybe the others can take questions as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nebo. So I know MP already has put in place a lot of measures to control some of these illegal actions or activities. But moving forward, most of these things dwell on technology. What technology are we using to check all these things, and what capital is available to deal with security when it comes to cross-border activities? So it's a big situation, and some countries like yours, like Nigeria, you have money to do anything, so you can go in and get a technology just like that. But not all African countries. Some might require some time. Yes, but with after, maybe they can look at it in a different way of solving these problems of illicit trading across our borders.
All right, just to add to that, I think that we need to harmonize the trade tariffs, across the various countries, because if we are talking about smuggling, there's only incentive to smuggle when there's an advantage in one country over another. So unless and until we are able to give a common platform for tariffs across the various countries that are doing the trading, there's always going to be this mismatch, and there's always going to be that incentive. Another very important thing is cross-border corruption. Corruption at the borders is something we all don't feel comfortable talking about, but it really does exist. And so the state authorities, together with the customs officials, are going to have to step up efforts to really check these things and check themselves in the process too, because more often than not, they tend to be part of the process leading to these things. So.
My good friend said everything.
You're not talking now. So okay, go ahead.
So I asked you a question earlier on that. When is Africa going to be in a position where I can actually have a truck loaded in Tema heading towards Senegal, and I'll have a lane where my number plate can be actually scanned, and I won't be stopped at any border. I will just drive through to my destination.
Yeah, this man. If I knew the answer to that question, I won't be here now. I'll be doing it. But jokes aside, I think just building on what Kwaku said, I think the main thing is that first thing we have to do is harmonize key regulations, specifications, pricing. Look, everybody knows, it's not a secret. There was a huge subsidy. Part of what we're facing in Nigeria now is because subsidy was removed. I used to work in my former life, one of my former jobs, I used to run the refineries in NNPC, and our boss then was Dr. Ibich Kachuku when he was group managing director of NNPC, and he said something interesting. When they changed the price of fuel in Nigeria the first time, right, a lot of people started asking to be posted back from the borders because suddenly it wasn't as lucrative to go to the borders anymore because there wasn't as much arbitrage. So you have to harmonize that, subsidies, and then enforcement, okay? Because if you don't, you will have smuggling. Fuel adulteration will also happen, okay? You'll have pollution and so on and so forth. So I believe, honestly, that when we start to work together with the regional economic commissions, African Union and the like, to start to have harmonization, where I know that I'm investing via ACFA for Africa, okay? It's the same 10 ppm or 50 ppm in Ghana. If I invest in Ghana 10 ppm, I can sell it as far as I want across Africa because it's the same spec. It's the same regulations. I can build that into my business plan. Then I think we will start to see all the benefits and we'll truly be all that we can be. So at this point, I'm ready to throw it out to the audience for questions. Can I see any? Gentleman in front, please.
I think we have two contributors first.
Okay. Please say your name, organization you represent, and if you can, direct the question to the panel member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very insightful discussion. It's more of a contribution and maybe directly to you, Anibal, because you represent ADA. It's an observation we have made here in Ghana, especially the MPA. You've mentioned Apple, you've mentioned ADA, which represents the downstream. For APSA, in my view, to work, it will be based on info sharing and knowledge sharing. The challenge we have had in Africa is whenever you try to reach out to another African country to get data, it's very difficult. I know MP has been praised a lot by other African countries that we have a lot of data on our website, for example. But when you go to other regulatory institutions in other countries, it is very difficult to get data, be it on price, be it on consumption, be it on import. You don't find it. CETAC has done a lot of work to try and get that data for us. But if you are not, the data is not very easily accessible, then it makes AFTA very, very difficult. So I think we have to leverage on the platform ADA has. I know we have the regulatory working group, which has different countries on there. We should be able to leverage on this and start sharing information first, share knowledge, experiences. Most of the African countries don't even understand what's happening in another African country. So exchange programs and all of this will bring all of us to the same table and on the same page. Then we can now understand what the challenges are and what the opportunities are. But if AFTA on its own is working, trying to do all of this, but the petroleum downstream industry, we are not working together as regulators. MPA, we want to be very proactive. We've started talking to other colleagues in other countries. But to be honest, sometimes you even send an email, you send a WhatsApp, nobody's responding. It's as if there's no interest. So we want to use this opportunity to say that others should work through the regulatory working group and get all the other African countries on the same page so we can work together to make the AFTA vision a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent contribution.
Mr. Moderator, with your permission, let's take 4 and revert to the panel.
Okay.
All right. Name, organization, and then your comment, question, suggestion. Let's begin with my brother here.
Okay, good morning to everyone. My name is Osuapia. I'm representing Crusaders of Change for Environmental Health and Safety. I think my question goes to, it's unfortunately Mr. Joe Jackson is not here, but during his presentation, he mentioned why the CD is messing. The truth is that the CD will continue to be messed. Why? Because we even import everything, including Kotoye. Including, so it means that very soon we will start importing even cassava.
Your question, please.
So it's not a question, but it's a contribution. So I am urging that we should, looking up to how we can provide food for ourselves, especially, I remember those days, a champion time, he used to Operation Feed Yourself, Operation Backyard Garden. That was something, it really helped the economy as well as providing food for the good people of Ghana. Thank you.
Just a minute.
All right, thank you. Okay, good morning. My name is Kelvin. I work with Petrosol Platinum Energy Limited. My question goes to, well, any member of the panel. Mr. Moderator, you asked a question on the impact of the local content in the industry. He didn't answer it. He said it's before he answers it, he's asking you a question, but I really didn't get the answer, so I just want you. We know the bill is in Parliament. His Excellency must sign it, but if they could throw more light on the impact on the industry. Thank you.
Actually,
2 more to go.
Sorry, on that, can you indulge me? This afternoon, there's actually a full panel on local content. So if you could come to that panel, we'll actually answer the questions there where we talk about the Ghanaian content, Ghanaian participation regulations before Parliament, and some other experiences, if that would help. Thank
As a matter of fact, Mr. Moderator, that panel follows this one.
Oh, it does?
Yes, sir. So we shall take 2 more. Receive it.
Thank you very much. My name is Marudia from NPA. I think one of the panelists made mention of how they can rectify the barriers, and he made mention of tariffs. Are you going to you mentioned common tariffs among the countries. Are you going to take into consideration the uniqueness and the difference in different countries? Because we are all different and we operate differently. How are you going to give out these common tariffs you're talking about?
Well, let me try and...
we have one more to go and then.
Thank you. Annabelle, just to contribute, briefly, that because we are talking about AFTA, it's important as downstream players to understand that the issue about tariffs is contingent upon the product being produced in Africa. So it is not a question of you importing products from another continent, you bring it here and you re-export and expect that tariffs will be waived. So this is very important. So, and that is why the issue of production in Africa, the African refineries working, our lubricant companies blending lubricants locally, and this is the context. That's what I just wanted to add.
Thank you very much. So can you answer the question?
Yes, so to address Nadia's question. So you see, the whole point is we are at this point because individual countries have their own individual sets of rules. Everybody has their own tariffs and all of that. And that is why AFTA is coming on stream to streamline all of this. And it's a collaborative effort, or it's going to call for a concerted effort spearheaded by the AFTA Secretariat, working with all the various entities. So national government, private sector, working through the regional economic bodies to streamline it. Yes, you do mention that there are individual differences, but that is where AFTA comes in because it's trying to open up the borders. It's trying to give us a common platform to trade amongst ourselves. The whole point of AFTA is to improve intra-African trade. So we do realize that there are individual countries with all their regimes, but that is where AFTA comes in to spearhead that conversation and to use all the various platforms and engagements to smoothing out that process so that we can trade freely amongst ourselves. Thank you.
Just I like to focus on the non-trade barriers because the trade barriers are more obvious, right? These are the things you can, and this is where I think we actually need to do a bit more, just building on what you said. I have here, as part of my research, I counted that 24 potential non-trade barriers, anything from import bans to binational to complex regulatory environments. Some countries, you think you're going in to pay one tax, there are like 12 different taxes that are not immediately, you're not immediately aware of going in and so on. So we need to ensure that we work on, as much as possible, harmonizing these so that people are clear on what is required of them from a regulatory standpoint over their investment horizon. Any other questions? Yes. Contributions?
My name is Patience with the National Petroleum Authority. I have two questions. So, as one of the panelists indicated, some of the ECOWAS countries have pulled out. Does that directly affect AFTA's initiative for the B2Bs, for the SME companies? Secondly, as my boss was saying, for instance, the ATEX, the ATEX platform, how do you engage, train or educate the small SMEs or the regulators so as to get the business development teams to help pull up more education on your behalf?
All right, thanks for the question. So first, some countries pulling out is a setback, as it was mentioned before. The idea of AFCTA is collaboration. It's like this is the keyword. If there's one thing about this whole discussion that you should remember, it's collaboration. We need every single player in the ecosystem in order to make it work. Secondly, we are highly involved in working with SMEs, mostly through workshops, webinars. We have a webinar incoming in October with the African Development Bank around trade finance and how SMEs can leverage trade finance and B2B platforms. We try to have webinars with different associations. We deal with the AFDC, which is the fertilizer associations, and it will be like more and more of those type of workshops around the platform, around SMEs, around trade finance, in the downstream industry as well. So yeah, just follow the ITEX ecosystem, and I'm happy to connect afterwards.
And just to add a little to what my brother has said, I mean, as regrettable as it is, with the 4 countries pulling out, I'm not sure AU, ECOWAS, AFTA is giving up on them. I'm sure there's going to be continued efforts to bring them on stream. There's going to be continued engagement to gradually bring them on stream whilst they fulfill all their democratic credentials. Of course, right now, they are experiencing a bit of, because they are going through some coups in their country or as a military regime, they have taken this step, but definitely there are going to be continued engagements to bring them on stream, and I'm sure in a matter of time, we will definitely get there. So it's not a totally lost case. There are going to be continued engagements.
To this end, closing comments?
Okay, last question, and then we'll take closing comments.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Edward Nuno from the Institute for Oil and Gas Studies, University of Cape Coast. I understand Mr. Jackson has left, but he started a very good debate on the retention of our foreign currency when these minerals are sent out. I don't know who is going to answer these questions related to Mr. Jackson's presentation. But then I'll go ahead. I want to find out the manner in which the retention, when our gold or petroleum resources are sent out, the manner in which these retentions will take. Is it going to be follow the line of the Petroleum Revenue Fund, or are we to enact a special purpose vehicle to be able to retain this funding? Thank you.
Which is why we have the next panel on local content to answer this question for you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the moderator.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and it's a round of applause for the panelists. And I will just end with how I started. Thomas Edison said, if we do all we're capable of doing, we would astonish ourselves. So Africa is potentially a 1.3 billion person market. It's potentially a 3.4 trillion GDP economy, potentially, if we do all that we are capable of doing under ACTFA. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Nibo Kraga and his amazing panelists, they are yours for the applause. A group photo in the middle. And so this sets us on a good pedestal to explore another very important theme linked to this conversation. We're going to talk about issues on local content, the Ghanaian context, and the Ghanaian participation, drawing from their continental experience that they've shared. Before that, however, we want to take a little breather and take a presentation from one of our sponsors, Nationwide Technologies. Make welcome the Head of Authentication and Innovation, Dr. Andrew Boy.
Good morning. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to tell you a little bit about our company and one of the solutions we have that could really help the downstream industry. It's a far cry from what you've heard this morning. But before I dive into my presentation, I'd like to comment on a point I made yesterday in reference to Dr. Riverson's point on the issue between economic sustainability and environmental sustainability. I do, in fact, agree with what he said, that we should not sacrifice economic stability or sustainability on the altar of environmental sustainability. And indeed, my point was that you can have both. And during the course of my presentation, I think when I'm done with it, that point will be re-emphasized. So I'd like to, my presentation is really looking at introducing a new paradigm into retailing advanced fuel conditioners in Ghana. So as mentioned, I'm from Nationwide Technologies. Who are we? We are an ISO certified technologies company. We've been in business since 2008. Our mission is to be a leading brand in the service industry with particular emphasis on product authentication and integrity services. Our mission is to be a first-class provider of these services with emphasis on delivering performance and efficiency to our clients. Our core values are hinged on integrity, accuracy, and teamwork, and above all, serving the needs of our clients. Next slide, please. So what do? We have 5 main business areas of interest, and in no particular order. I represent the product authentication and innovation bit of our offering. And in that service area, we deal with things like digital tax stamps and fuel conditioning. So digital tax stamps you would find on beverage drinks like water, beers, tobacco, those stamps. And in fact, the bottles you have in front of you have those digital markers. We worked with GRA some 10 years ago to introduce that into the country for revenue assurance and product integrity purposes. I'm here to talk about our fuel conditioning and how that helps the downstream sector. We also offer fuel, we also offer tank testing services, either underground storage tanks and pipelines. We also do fuel tank calibration, underground and bulk road vehicles as well. The largest service area in our outfit is the Petroleum Product Marking Scheme, and we do so under the auspices of the National Petroleum Authority. We also do fuel tank stratification, so where tanks are compromised, we can come in there, retrofit the tanks, and restore their integrity. So as I mentioned, I'm here to talk about authentication and innovation. And what do we do in our authentication and innovation area? We provide government agencies and companies with robust systems for revenue mobilization and product authentication. We also do promote the adoption of advanced and innovative products that respond to societal needs, such as the environment. And Solnox, being a product in kind, does exactly that. So what is Solnox really? Solnox is an additive that you add to fuel to improve on the efficiency of the fuel, improve on the vehicle performance, prolong the lifespan of the engine, and also addresses environmental pollution as well. The main drivers is that there are multiple products in the market. The market in Ghana is very price sensitive, especially in the OMC sector. There have been poor and ineffective additive products which have created some resistance to fuel conditioning. However, the presence of Solnox in the marketplace has proven its efficacy, and we came in a couple of years ago at a time when there was a lot of problem with fuels at some of our OMC retail points, and a lot of the complaints were well addressed by Solnox. We also live in an age where fuel cost is high, and I say fuel quality is also an issue at some outlets. We have conducted a lot of trials, and this has improved our awareness of our product. We haven't gone out full guns blazed yet, but we're taking a more targeted approach and evolving into the market space. So the key sectors that we've been to, we've engaged some oil marketing companies. We've also been to Ghana Railways. We've done extensive trials on their loco that travels between Tema and Accra. We've also been endorsed by the VIP bus network, both in Accra and Kumasi and Techiman. We've also got some logistics companies on our books that we're currently serving. We're also engaged in the extractive industry where they use lots of heavy duty equipment. And again, we've proven our mettle there. What's been our OMC experience so far? So the OMC that we've worked with, initially we had a lot of pushback. The main pushback being that, they work in a price competitive area where margins are low. And I think we heard a lot about margins yesterday, which this emphasizes the point. They have only few stations, about 15 stations. So really introducing an additive and adding that to the cost of the base fuel would pose them a problem. There's also been the ambiguous history of additives, as I said earlier on in the country. Some have invested in them and haven't had the desired outcome that they sought. So how did we, using Solnox Eco, change the narrative? So our job really was to change the narrative from cost and actually introduce a value proposition to them. And the value that Solnox offers is it addresses multiple problems for the end user. What are the problems it addresses? It makes the cost of fuel cheaper and long term. You spend a little money and save more. It improves the vehicle performance. It reduces the cost of maintenance. It provides you with complete combustion in the engine. So all you get coming out is hot gases. If you've got hot gases without any particulate matter coming out or any poisonous elements like sulfur, carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, all of those, then you don't have the need to change filters, etc. It also provides a lot of lubricity in the engine, which is good for the well-being of the engine. And more importantly, it reduces the emission of all those pollutants into the environment. So we managed to make a compelling case for them. They adopted the product. We started with them end of last year. By March, we had rolled out the product in all their stations. Did it make an impact on their bottom line? And the simple answer is yes, it did. Before the introduction of Solnox, they were doing at their most profitable station about 10,000 liters a day. On the day of activation, first day of activation, they sold 20,000 liters. As we speak now, they are selling 45,000 liters of fuel a day. So this really blows out of the window this whole idea that additivating your product with a conditioner like Solnox, with its proven efficacy, would rather be an expensive proposition. It's not. People, and more importantly, what this also shows us is that people will drive past 2, 3, 4, 5 filling stations to go to a service station where they attribute quality with the product that they are getting. So indeed, that is one of the key messages I'd like to drive home. At this point, I would like to make some bold predictions on what Solnox can offer you. And I hope my boss is not here because these are bold assertions. If it comes good, I get a pay rise. If it doesn't come to pass, I get fired. So I just need to brace myself for that. So indeed, we think that there's going to come a time where customers will move away from operators who do not offer quality additivation of their fuel. we think you need to add this product or any similar product, if there is any, in your marketing strategy, or you risk being left behind. Early adopters like the AMC I just mentioned to you have done that, and you could also be next. We offer you a win-win proposition, and I think the case study I offered does illustrate that quite clearly. We can support you with developing a premium product via prepackaged or underground storage tank dosing methods. We can also share our marketing strategies for retail sales activation. Now, the last point here on carbon credit participation. Solnox is a completely organic product. It is not hydrocarbon based. So inherently, it reduces the carbon footprint. What that means is that we are actually reducing the amount of pollutants that are thrown out there. This is using the same base fuel that you have. So whether you're getting good quality fuel at the bulk distribution point or not, you can add Solnox to your product and it will really do the magic for you. Things like AdBlue treat the symptoms, not the cause. What do I mean by that? AdBlue doesn't do anything to the combustion within the engine. It will churn out all the pollutants. At the point of exhausting, that's when AdBlue would neutralize the harmful impact of the pollutants. But it doesn't do anything to your engine. It doesn't make it work better. It doesn't do anything to the performance. It doesn't let your petrol or fuel go further, faster and cleaner, as we say with Solnox. So this is our proposition to the oil marketing companies. And incidentally, we're also looking at the DVLA centers. Last year when we started, we had 2 DVLA centers that are signed up with us. Customers were going in and buying pre-packaged products and putting it in their vehicles. As we speak now, we are in 27 of those stations, and the customers keep coming and buying the products, and it's doing very well there. There's coming a time where vehicles will have to, by law, undergo emissions testing. And if you go and you fail that test, there will be sanctions and you may not be able to use your vehicle. Now, this could become part of the protocol for managing vehicles and ensuring that our roads remain pollution-free. So indeed, this is our proposition to the industry at large, and we hope next year by this time, we're in all DVLA centers, all the OMCs have embraced the product. The customer would also have embraced the product, and we'll have it will drive the economy. The other issue as to whether when you add Solnox to the mix, people will drive less and as a result not buy more fuel. That is also another contentious issue which our facts do not point to. People only buy so much fuel because that's what they can afford. But indeed, they have more rounds to do. If they can get a fuel that allows them to do more, then the evidence is that indeed they will continue to patronize your products and do very well out of it. So that's my presentation. We have a stall downstairs, so if you want to know more about our product, please do feel free, drop in, and we will do our best to engage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andrew Boy, Head of Authentication and Innovation Nationwide Technologies, a proud sponsor. And so it is local content like this that come in handy as we discuss, I beg your pardon, as we discuss issues on local content, the Ghanaian context, Ghanaian participation. I think my panel is ready. If we have Mr. Anibo Kraga and his team, it will be with pleasure that we receive you on stage. Please, a round of applause as they come. Please beckon them to come in. Yeah. And so theirs too will be in 1 hour, 45 minutes of deliberation, and then 15 minutes of engagement with you, our audience. Mr. Osei Audankwa, could you please release the panelists? On the panel, we will have Madam Hawa Tejansi Ajay, Legal Director of the MPA. We'll also have Dr. Patrick Ofori, Chief Executive of the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors. We will have also on the panel Mr. Kweku Boateng, Director, Local Content Petroleum Commission, and then our very own Dr. Sheila Ado. Please, a round of applause. They are all set now. Okay. Dr. Rivers Nupong, I believe you're part of the panel too. You're not? Okay. The next one. Okay.
Mr. MC, only one balance you give me, or you not give me for 2 sessions. If to say I know, I would have charged double. But I know Chief is capable, so I'm not worried. Good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anibo Kraga again, and I'm here to talk about local content, which are actually issues on local content, Ghanaian content, and Ghanaian participation. From the last panel, I hope the gentleman who has the question on local content is still here. I believe I see him there, so you can ask your questions here. And the purpose of this panel is starting to look at what can be done and the purpose of the regulations that are being put forward. I know there's something before Parliament. We have eminent personalities here to discuss these topics on what the purpose is and how it's going to be administered, which is equally as critical, because the regulation shows that there's a Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation committee that's going to manage things. So I think you've already called up the speakers, right? I can just sit down. Okay. One more will be joining. So we'll just save all the questions for that person. They can answer all of them. So good morning. As I said on the last panel, I hope you enjoyed your coffee and stuff, but there are no free breakfasts or lunches. Sheila, I will start with you. In the preparation of the Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation regulations that were drafted, can you share with me some of the best practices that were, put into place in the development of these local content guidelines?
Okay, thank you. So the Ghana Downstream Petroleum sector, pretty much local content in the Ghana Downstream Petroleum sector, we say has sort of organically grown. Without any particular intentionality, we sort of have found a lot of Ghanaians in the business, especially the low-hanging part of the business. So if you take a sample of the oil marketing companies, for example, majority of them are Ghanaian-owned. If you take a sample of some of the service providers, majority of them are Ghanaian-owned. When we decided to put together a Ghanaian content and a Ghanaian participation policy, which has translated into regulations now, what we thought of doing was to find a way to protect the Ghanaian content and also to build their capacity. We still have some foreign participation in the industry, but we realized that there are some aspects of the business that Ghanaians didn't have the capacity to get into. They didn't have the financial capacity, they didn't have the operational skills to get into. So we decided to have a deliberate plan to push the Ghanaian population that can do the business, to do it and do it well according to the standards. So that's what informed that regulation and that policy.
Okay, thank you, Sheila. And I bring this up because, so in one of my former lives again, when I was still at ExxonMobil, I worked on the Nigerian Content Oil and Gas Development Act of 2010. And seeing how that was implemented, and I've watched, and I had in my preparation for this, I actually went through a presentation which I found very useful by Engineer Simbi Wabote, who's the immediate past Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. And it talked about the key steps and things that they did. And I know that's upstream, and I'm coming to my brother from the upstream commission shortly. But it's very important in the steps that are being taken, and I hope these are some of the things we'll bring out today. The first thing was national agenda setting, which is ensuring there's an appropriate regulation put in place. And I know that's before Parliament now. But to do that, next thing is we must be sure we've done a gap analysis. What is clear? Where are we? Where are we trying to go? And how do we bridge the gap? How are we going to administer and monitor this? What is our roadmap from here to where we're trying to go? And it must be time-bound. How are we going to build capacity? And who is going to pay for it? Those are very important things that I hope we'll bring out today. So with that, we all upstream. When I saw him, I was very excited this morning because when I see upstream people, I get very excited. Mr. Boateng, who is the Director of Local Content for the Petroleum Commission. And I would just like to share, given how far you've come, can you share some lessons learned from the implementation of local content in the upstream sector?
Thank you. Good morning to you all. Let me just give you a brief background of the journey for local content development and implementation in the upstream sector as you look at how to progress on local content in the downstream sector. You all recall that Ghana made commercial discovery of oil and gas in 2007. Just within a year after the announcement of mahogany and CDR discovery in the West Cape Clear Point and Tano basins, in 2008, the then President Kufuor, in conjunction with the late Secretary General of UN, Mr. Kofi Annan, may he still rest in peace, and with the support of the Norwegian government, organized a big conference here in Accra at the Plaza Hotel. And the purpose of the conference was to find out how we can make the oil and gas resources or discovery a blessing to the country. The outcome of the conference were a number of policy initiatives. One was the development of local content and local participation policy. So in 2008, Ghana started developing local content and local participation policy, which was eventually approved by Cabinet in 2011. But prior to the development of policy, the government tasked the then Minister of Energy, Petroleum Commission was not in existence then, to undertake comprehensive capacity analysis, what one can call gap analysis within the country, in the areas of technical requirements, like the personnel, financing, technology, and other areas that may inhibit participation of Ghanaian companies. So the outcome of that conference led to the development of national local content and local participation policy in 2010, and later, as I said, Cabinet adopted it in 2011. The outcome of the policy, one key decision of the policy was that learning from the experience of many other countries, including Nigeria, Oman, Malaysia, Brazil, Angola, Ghana took a position that to ensure effective implementation of the policy, we must have a legal backing of the policy. Different countries, different jurisdictions have a way of implementing local content policy. Many countries in Africa, including Nigeria, Angola, they implement local content through legislative process, through legal backing. Other countries such as Oman, Malaysia, is based on best endeavor approach. Ghana took a policy decision that we are going to have a legal backing to a local content policy. So we sent, Ministry of Energy then sent a proposal to Parliament, which was later approved in 2003, 2003 by Parliament, where Parliament approved local content and local participation regulation in 2013, sorry. And then the regulation became effective in 2014. So along the line, Petroleum Commission was set up by government with a mandate, among other things, to ensure the development of local content participation in the upstream sector. So for the past 10 years, Petroleum Commission have been implementing local content, local participation policy in Ghana. And just back to that, so this is just the background of the journey to local content in the upstream sector. For the 10 years, a number of lessons have been learned in implementation. One is that there should be a clear strategy for local content. Government policy objectives for local content should be clearly defined. And there should be timeline for attainment of those policies. Local content, just like other protective measures, it should not be permanent. The Ghanaian company should not be on the view that they should be permanently protected through policy or legislative arrangement. There should be timeline for implementation of local content. And as capacity is developed, the protection should be gradually relaxed to enable the companies to compete with their foreign partners. The other lesson that we have learned is that local content should hinge upon building indigenous capacity. If you don't collaborate or comprehend and complement local content implementation with targeted capacity development, the end result will be that you'll be developing inefficient firms, companies, that will add cost to upstream operations. So the local content implementation should be accompanied by capacity development domestically. 3, intervention in local content, especially in terms of procurement and contracting, should happen at the beginning of the contracting process. In the upstream sector, one of the key objectives of local content implementation is to promote in-country spend and patronage of Ghanaian goods and services. The procurement plans are developed by the upstream companies. They run their tender and select the winners. If you want to influence the tender process to ensure that Ghanaian companies or local companies are given opportunity, we don't have to wait to the award process, right from contracting strategy stage. That's the point that they develop their evaluation criteria, the scope of work, how the contract should be bundled and unbundled. It's at that stage that as a regulator, we should get involved to make sure that your policy objectives regarding local content are incorporated in the procurement plan. If we wait till the time they take decision and make recommendation to award to intervene, that will be too late. I don't know how much time I have.
No, well, you're setting the stage, but if you can round up very shortly, but you're setting the stage very well.
Okay. So another lesson that you also learned is that local content implementation should not be developed in isolation with other macro level policies. Local content is part of the national policy, national industrialization policy. So to achieve maximum benefit from local content implementation, it should be part of the national industry-wide policy so that you can draw synergies from other sectors of the economy. If you look at the companies operating in the upstream sector, for instance, most of the services that they provide in the upstream sector is also applicable to mining sector, construction, and even to the extent downstream petroleum. So there should not be, the focus of local content should not develop only one sector in isolation, but you have to look at the, as a national industrial policy to develop other sectors of the economy so that you can establish both the forward, backward linkages as well as the physical and spatial linkages between the upstream sector and the other sectors of the economy. And,
all right, thank you very much. I like, I'm happy you set the scene with the lessons learned, but also talked about some of the points I mentioned. The fact that, it was clear that a policy and a law was put in place versus best endeavors. This is Africa, or in God we trust, everything else we must put into law. You also talked about the fact for, capacity building, gap analysis, and how you build the procurement process. So very, very important points, which I highlighted earlier. So with that, I will come to my brother, Dr. Patrick. And let's talk about, given where we are. So we're setting this law, it's before Parliament. But for this to happen, has a clear gap analysis been done to identify the differences between the current realities and national aspirations? I mean, yes, the downstream, we have a lot of indigenous players, but it's evolving. There's LPG, there's infrastructure, there's so many different things. So has the gap analysis been done? And how does it sit?
Not to the best of my knowledge, and that is the disconnect between, I think, our sector, industry, and then the research institutions. Clearly, we need this, and it's not only that, it's not only even with the downstream. When the upstream one was even done, I remember in my quest to research under the subject, there was only a single particular book that has done that work on the skill gap analysis on Ghana, and that was even sponsored and authored by World Bank. Clearly, indigenous-wise, we've not really invested the right kind of energy and then the right kind of interest in terms of research and then contextualizing the issues that we're talking about. My senior, Kwaku, did mention the issues about linking this through the value chain from upstream coming down to the downstream. There are some of the areas that it can cascade across, especially with even the trading aspect of trading of crude oil is somehow similar to how we do our trading of the refined product. And then also comes in the certification process, because constructing of pipelines, be it upstream or downstream, requires certain category of personnel that we need to invest in, and with the kind of certified qualification to be able to certify welders. You ask yourself, how many institutions in Ghana have got the needed or the required certification that internationally accepted for us to be able to partner and get that? Not only looking at it from just the mining side of it, but also looking at it with education, whereby our educational institutions are empowered to also host most of these. You go through the upstream and most of the investment that was done, and then the upscaling of the various, either the Takrady Technical Institute or the Kimbu Technical Institute, all those equipment that they receive, they still not come with require capacity trained personnel to be able to pass that on. Similar to none of our business schools even have a tailored particular course that seeks to deal with the commercialization of our trading and then the risks and the uniqueness of how we deal with the hydrocarbon. So clearly that disconnect is there, and I think on a national level we need to rather, and I like the point that you said about the national agenda. How best can we ensure that the welders
that are classified to do those upstream wording if there is an LNG project coming up or there is Citygate or whatever interconnection of pipelines. How can we ensure that these numbers are also going through? You look at upstream, they talk about local content, and then they go on a step further to talk about localization. How many of these jobs are indigenous owned? And what is the transfer of knowledge that these JV partners are supposed to pass on? You'll be surprised that most of our OMCs that previously were internationally owned, not necessarily to take a swipe at it, but even the BDC. You check the skill set and then the development line. So I can't see why maybe a BDC that is of, let's say, international origin will still not give the MPA or the regulator a roadmap. Yes, we may have an international person as our lead or general manager, but what is the period or the duration within which a Ghanaian can take over from that job? And I think when we talk about the downstream local content, all these issues were not necessarily highlighted on, and the need for skill transfer and even technology, be the other software that they use for the training and other things. So I think we need more emphasis and then that interconnectivity.
Very interesting points. I think the gap analysis is very important because it's not cut and paste, right? There are peculiarities of each country that must be taken into account as you're developing this. But more importantly, it will now throw up what capacity building is requirement. But I want to touch, maybe, I think I'll just, so I don't leave anyone out now of my panelists. No, I'm prepared, don't worry. My question for Awa actually was building on that, and that is essentially, I went through the draft Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation regulations. Are there clear targets for Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation within the recommendations, and what are the time frames for achieving those in the draft regulation?
Okay, thank you, Annibal. But as you know, the LI is still in Parliament. It's still a draft bill, draft LI. It's not been passed yet, so until it's passed, we can't really make any conclusions, yes. But yes, it does allow for timelines. I think the LI will allow for a committee which will be independent from NPA to oversee the whole local content implementation when the LI is passed. It will be an independent body that will analyze, have its own requirements for compliance that will be set out to companies to comply with those requirements. And they will then set out timelines for you to report back to them in terms of your compliance strategies and your objectives. So yes, there will be something like that in the LI.
Okay. Just building on that, since it's draft and it's being considered, I think just the experience from Nigeria, they actually listed 278 categories and timeframes for adoption. So I think it's important to be granular. And that's why you need this capacity assessment and everything. Also, there's a need for a strategic roadmap that says, this is where we are today.
Yes.
So I think they built it, well, before I get into that, but they built a 10-year strategic roadmap from 2018. It took a while. And I'm happy Mr. Kweku mentioned that it takes a while to get this done. But they did one from 2018 to 2028 and said in 2018, I think they said they were like 28% based on the gap analysis, and they wanted to get to 70%. And they built the gaps to go there. So with that, Sheila, I will come back to you. So I know there's as part of the regulation, there's a committee on Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation. Can you tell us what this committee will be doing and how it's being empowered to effectively administer and develop local content in Ghana?
So just to top up some of the targets that we have in the Ghanaian content policy before the committee, yes, there are plans for skills transfer. There are plans, in fact, the target is to have about 60% of Ghanaians be able to pay to have equity for their businesses. And even for Ghanaian employees within the sector, we're looking to get to a point where there's about 98% of Ghanaian employees within the sector. So there are clear targets within the regulations, but as Howard said, until it's passed in Parliament and we have, the final documents to work with, we're not sure what the numbers will shift to. I'm happy Kweku mentioned the process that the upstream Ghanaian content went through, because that's what we're modeling for the downstream Ghanaian content policy. Maybe what we've left out is we don't have any sort of fund we haven't thought of creating a fund to finance some of the Ghanaian content activities, but the target is to make sure that we structure the downstream sector such that predominantly Ghanaians are in there, and if it's a business that is predominantly foreign-owned, there's a skill transfer plan. So, for example, Century Refinery is foreign-owned, is Chinese-owned, but within the approval structure we have for them, there's a plan for skills transfer for senior managers, middle-level managers. There's even a plan for how many Ghanaians they must take, even at the bottom level. Now, back to your question about the committee. Yes, so we modeled this around something similar to what we have in terms of the Unified Petroleum Price Fund. There's a committee that sort of oversees the activities of the Ghanaian content coordination, and a Ghanaian content coordinator would be appointed who reports within the MPA structure. Now, the reason why we usually set up a committee structure is we like to have stakeholders included in the process. So you'd see in the law that the committee includes stakeholders from the ministry, from the private sector, from sister agencies within the government sector, and then within the MPA itself. That's been the structure. That's really the rationale behind the committee. I'm aware that even after sending the regulations to Parliament, the Ministry of Energy has started doing the skills gap analysis that we're talking about. I'm not sure whether we're right doing it at the end. Perhaps we should have done it before we went to Parliament. There would have been some desktop analysis before we built the policy and sent to Parliament. But currently, we're doing some analysis where we're collecting baseline data of jobs that go to Ghanaians, businesses that are owned by Ghanaians within the sector and all of that as the baseline, so that we can build up to see the plan. To be honest, I'm not sure we've set a time frame in terms of target. I'm expecting that once we get the nod from Parliament, this committee is part of the things that they would achieve.
Okay. So, no, I did read the regulation, and the first schedule is clear on some numbers and targets, 51. But I think there needs to be a bit more granularity in terms of services based on the skills analysis. I will, I'm not a fan of committees because you need a single arrowhead point of reference and accountability. So having a coordinator within the MPA is great as a start, but I will tell you the Nigerian experience because I lived it a little bit. There used to be a general manager for Nigerian content in NNPC. And the act, but at the time the act was written, it was enshrined in law that there will be an executive secretary for the Nigerian Content Monitoring Board. It was in the law, his tenure and all of that. And the first person that became the national executive secretary was a gentleman called Ernest Wakbar, and he was the former GM Nigerian Content. But his job, initially, was to first bully everybody into shape. Because when a new law comes, people don't always want to comply. So his job was to bully everybody into shape. Then he handed over to Engineer Simbi Wabote, who came from Shell, had done local content around the world, and he now puts the strategic plan for 10 years. And then there's also, and I'm going to come to the funding thing, there's also a 1% of every upstream contract in Nigeria goes into a fund. But what they did is they now put that, because NCDMB is not a bank. You have Development Bank of Ghana, for example, a DFI. They went to that equivalent in Nigeria, Bank of Industry, Nigeria Export-Import Bank, a trade finance bank, and put intervention funds there that the members of the sector could actually access for capacity development and so on and so forth. So just some background, because luckily it's not yet signed. I'm hoping that there's still engagements going on. And with that, funding, I always dress like an investment banker because I'm always looking for money, and I think it's important. Any project without financing. So, Mr. Kweku, I wanted to ask you, how is local content funded in the upstream, and how has that gone, and how is it administered?
Yeah, before I go to the question, let me just a quick remarks on the target. Probably it's too late to offer any advice to MPA on target. What we are seeing in the upstream sector, in setting the targets for the local content achievement, is that we are overly ambitious. If you look at the schedule and the targets that have been set for various business services.
Going up? Yes. After you. No, you first. No, please.
Just to see if you are awake.
Yeah. So if you look at the targets that have been set up in the upstream sector in the schedule, some of the targets cannot even be achieved for next 2 generations. When you look at the capacity, extremely very unrealistic. And the danger of setting unrealistic targets, which is not based on plausible economic assumption, is that it creates incentives for local companies and foreign companies to circumvent the law. It creates opportunity for people to set up special purpose companies, create opportunities for fronting. So the target setting should be very important to make sure that it's attainable, it's realistic, it reflects the capacity that exists in the country. And 2, in setting the targets or promoting local content law, we should focus on in-country value creation rather than ownership. One of the weaknesses in upstream local content regulation is that a lot of emphasis was put on Ghanaian ownership rather than in-country value addition. And that also creates opportunity for companies to front. You can have a lot of instances whereby companies see a Ghanaian-owned company with 3 or 4 employees forming a joint venture with a multinational that have a market capitalization of about $20-30 billion. The Ghanaian say that he has a 51% ownership in the company. I mean, it's a joke. And the reason is that the law, incentives in the law is focused on national ownership rather than national value addition. So when you are, as you are preparing, you're finalizing your law, make sure that these issues are looked at so that you won't go the path that you went through in the upstream sector. That the focus should be in-country value addition. Whether value addition is being provided by a foreign company or Ghanaian company, is creating jobs, adding value in Ghana. That should be the focus. Now, quickly, I've seen time, another time. Okay. Now, back to your question, Mr. Moderator. Yes, Ghana, following the Nigerian example, we also set up a law that have set up local content fund. Unfortunately, when the local content regulations were passed, we forgot to include the need to set up a fund to finance local content in 2013. So in 2016, when we came out with new petroleum law, Petroleum Exploration Production Act 919 in 2016, the Section 66 of the law provides for the establishment of local content fund. And the fund is supposed to be financed from the 4 main sources of funding. One is the budget allocation by government through Treasury, Ministry of Finance, which you know that money will not come, so we don't even focus on it. And then another funding source is the donor funding. If our development partners can also be able to convince them to also contribute to it, which you know is also a challenge. It's not our focus. And there are 2 main sources of funding which we are looking at. One is the contribution by contractors, the E&P exploration production companies, from the petroleum agreement. That when you negotiate a new petroleum agreement, the agreement will specify that it will make a specific lump sum contribution to the fund. And the main source of fund is the 1% of contract sum payable by the contractor to subcontractors should be deducted and paid to the funds. So the law envisages 4 main sources of funding for the financial local content. But I say 2 of them are virtually on paper and not attainable. So we focus on the 2. And the funds were set up in 2017. Some money has been accumulated. You have several millions of dollars and several millions of cedis. You have a CD account and dollar account, because some of the contracts are payable in cedis, others are payable in dollars. The account has been opened at Bank of Ghana. The money is sitting there. And one may ask, why are you not applying the fund? We took a decision that we want the money to accumulate to certain threshold before the money can be applied. We have come out with a document, operationalization and administrative guidelines that will help us to administer the fund. And in the guideline, you are now in the process of selecting the DFI, designated financial institution. The intention is to select about 3 or 4 banks that will administer the fund. And you are Ghanaians, you know how monies from funds from government bank institutions have been disbursed in the country. In Ghana, the perception is that once everybody gets government money, it's free. They don't pay back. We want the local content fund, you want to be different. So what we intend to do is that you want the financial, you want to put the burden of giving out the loans and recovery of the loans on the banks. Yeah. So what we have come out in the document is that, and we want the loan to be concessionary.
Yeah.
Loan. So we are saying that the interest rate that the banks will charge will, at any particular point in time, will be 10 to 15% less than the market rate. And we give the loan to the bank. We are going to lend the money to the banks. And then we allow the banks to apply between 3 to 5% interest on the interest that we charge the bank. So that we keep, the bank will not charge the market interest rate, but at the same time, they also make some money for the work that they are doing. And that is what is the policy. We are hoping that by early next year, given the money, they have accumulated enough money in the fund, we start applying the money from the fund.
Fantastic. I like the idea of running through banks. I think I just have a question for Dr. Patrick. So given all you've heard, are there any other key challenges on local content implementation and participation that you would like to bring to the forefront? Since this, I can see MPA taking a lot of notes on additions to potentially submit.
I think I will borrow some from research and then also what has happened predominantly in the upstream situation that we've got. The key challenge has been the governance structure of local entities that want to assess the contract. He was talking about the issue of fronting. Clearly, our regulators don't set up performance targets for these entities who can assess it. There is no proper KYC, and you'll be surprised. Some of these companies cannot even show you where their office is. And like you're saying, how can a company that is made up of, let's say, 3 personnel assess some of these? So I think beyond just promulgation of the law for people to assess and then creating that protectionism for local entities, I think there should be that performance-oriented agenda enshrined within the law that sets certain performance standards regards to corporate governance practices, your sustainability reporting, and then your KYC, fit for purpose test. In as much as you are an entrepreneur and you qualify, you've got the resources to set up the company, does not necessarily mandate you to be the one running it on a day-to-day basis. We also don't want a situation whereby in the name of local content, we also protect certain companies who would just be limited to, let's say, in the case of upstream, this particular company has been given that opportunity, expecting that in about 5 or 10 years, they should grow and have certain balance sheet. But they are still competing with, let's say, young ones who are coming in with, let's say, contracts for stationery, catering, and other things. So I think as we push for local content, we should rather create categorization or stratify that and see, go back and check. Are we doing this on the basis of protectionism for those who are Ghanaians? Can we go a step further to protect gender diversity and ensure that how many women are we deliberately and consciously promoting to participate in our activity? And then also, how many people living with disability that companies who intend assessing, let's say, the local content fund should employ as a way of incentivizing and creating that inclusivity for them. You also check the upstream contract, and then most international companies are expected to do their corporate social investment. But ask yourself, what is the narrative coming from the indigenous Ghanaian companies that we've protected? What has been their footprint in the communities that they are operating? So these are issues that when we're talking about local content, it all comes from the literature of diversity and inclusivity. And I think we should look at it holistically, and more so the governance practices that our local entrepreneurs are practicing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patrick. We've been joined by Mr. Martin Ayisi, the CEO of the Minerals Commission of Ghana. Welcome, sir. I think I would like you to please give us some contributions to this discussion, specifically some of the topics we've been talking about. First of all, what are the lessons learned in the mining sector on the implementation of local content? And then also, we care about money. How is local content funded in the mineral sector? If you could share your thoughts on that, sir.
Thank you very much. You know, the mining sector is our DNA. I don't know whether I could stand there.
Oh, please go ahead.
Okay. So last year, receipt was $7.6 billion. That's about 44% of everything that left gorgeous Ghana. Now, about 2.5 billion of that was used by the mining companies for purchases and supplies. If you look at the price of gold, it is the highest since creation, as we speak. Last year, the price of gold was no more than $2,000 an ounce. As we speak, it's over 2,400. In fact, the last quarter has been very phenomenal, and that's what is saving this country. Give and take, if things continue like that, we might hit $9–10 billion from gold alone. And I keep saying this thing. We should stop over-flogging royalties, corporate tax, and co. They are important, though, and look at local content. Just a few statistics as a way of beginning to address your question. So you have 7.6 billion coming in as revenue from mining sector, all receipts. This is just gold. You take out 2.1 billion, that is small scale mining alone, which is more than cocoa, an activity in 13 regions. So you have about 5.4 billion of money, dollars, billions from the sale of minerals. And about, if you look at the data with Minerals Commission, the company spent 2.5 billion to buy items. This year, the receipt will go more than 3 billion. Now, compare $2.5 billion being spent by the mining companies to purchase items, which we know, I'll come to that, as against $300 million paid in royalties. Can you see the difference? So where do you put all your energy? Local content. There are about 5 items on the local content list. We don't have to go to Parliament. In our case, I can just get up and say, this. You can't buy outside. You have to buy it local. Of course, we are not stupid to just get up and do it. I'll give you an example. So, as at before 2022, anybody can just get into the mining sector and set up a company and supply fuel to the mine. Then we ask ourselves, what does it take? Because you see, anytime you talk about local content, then people flock technology. People talked about whether you have the money and all those things. But you see, you have to have low-hanging fruit. That's why I like this category thing your colleague mentioned. So here am I look at the data and I realize that about $300 million or so is spent by the mining companies alone to buy fuel, petrol. What is extraordinary about petrol technology? Tell me. Set up filling stations at mine sites, supply fuel. So we stopped it and we said, effective 2021 January, if you are not a Ghanaian, in other words, if that entity, all the shareholders and directors, by the way, we have a way we'll deal with fronting, we'll come to that in the course of the discussion so that I don't take all the time. We said, you can only supply fuel or provide lubricants to all the mining companies in Ghana if the company is 100% owned by a Ghanaian citizen. I mean, since 1957, we got independence. We started it vigorously, so the likes of Total had to go out. We said, we are not saying we are sacking you, because the retail sector is big. They came with all the guns blazing, 4,000 workers, we were on the stock exchange, blah, blah, blah. We said, no. So we took them out. Sorry. We took Engine out, we took Vivo and all those out, and we said, our own company, what's the name, the local company, is it Goel or something? And then Ghanaian set up. Some of them were there already. Can I tell you my data from Minerals Commission, 2022 receipts? Now, the mining companies, not all, just 13 operations. And when I say by operations, I mean, like for example, Newmont has 2 mines, Achim and Ahafo. So that's 2 operations. Anglo Gold Ashanti has 2 mines, okay, Obuasi and Iduapim. So these 2 alone, 4 operations. So my data just tells me that at the end of 2022, just 13 operations. That's about maybe just 6 or so companies, because some of them have 2, 3 mines. Not all. I'm just trying to tease you and tell you what is in there for local content. Spent $435 million. You heard me, on fuel, not cities. 13 operations, $435 million on fuel. This is just one of the 50 items on the local content list. At the time I was a deputy CEO, the items were 29, we raised it to 50. You add lubricants, you're talking about $500 million. The government of Ghana did not receive $300 million from royalties from all the mining companies put together. So when the lithium debate was starting, this is where we're coming from. $500 million, just fuel and lubricants. Look at the kind of money you're talking about. There are 4 operations coming up. One of the biggest mines you ever seen is coming up north, Cardinal, Talensi. That's about a $700 million project. The present commission is November. It's bigger than the size of Obuasi. Atlantic Lithium will build very soon. Azuma Upper West will start. And then Newmont Ahafo North, 30 kilometers of their current operations, will be commissioned a year from now. So in about 2-3 years, I'll be standing here and tell you that fuel alone will be $1 billion. Do you know how much government makes from taxes on fuel? Find out the taxes on fuel. Maybe NPA can tell me. So that is the kind of thing we are talking about. So we said we will not allow foreigners to take part. That's how far we have come. And that is in category B. So this is a typical example. Contract mining. Contract mining 2022 was $1 billion. What is contract mining? You see, there are 2 ways in which you mine. You either allow the mining company to do it themselves, or they said, I want to give it out to anybody to do it. Okay, so like engineers and planners, Rockshore, Tonket, Ramoff, etc. Again, we look at the figure, you're talking about almost $1 billion, just contract mining alone. Then we said, we have capacity in surface operations. Ghanaians have built themselves seriously. Engineers and planners have been around for 25 years. Tonket has been around, our own Rockshore. So we said, when it comes to contract mining for open pit operations, no more foreign company. So the local content rule is that all contract mining will have to be done by all Ghanaians because we have the capacity. We do those checks. That will be another thing I'll be answering later on. We do that. Then we say, okay, what about underground, like Obuasi, like Wassa Mine? Okay, we said no, there are a few Ghanaians that can do it, but we don't have the technology because that's very sophisticated. 1 kilometer deep. So we said minimum 40%. So you do a JV. So you take Newmont underground, Subika, that monster mine. The Australians were there. They were running the underground. We brought this rule in 2020. Then they said, okay, you have to give some parts to Ghanaians as a way of building technology transfer. Okay, so the contract expired somewhere in March. What do? We said, okay, we're giving it up to the end of December for Ghanaians to participate. They did their own selection, they did everything, we didn't interfere. And eventually they formed a JV with a Ghanaian company. You understand that? Now that Ghanaian company can now bid on its own for other underground mines. They are close to about 10 or more underground mines now, no longer Obuasi. So we have to deliberately take in measures to do it, but we check. Where we are slow to overflow the local content in is in the area of manufacturing. You understand that? But these basic things, we do it. So those are the billions that are out there. So I'll leave it for now. And we are deliberate about it. The first large-scale commercial mine in Ghana is 1897. Obuasi, Ghana Manganese, 1916. They've been around for 180 years. So we have a lot of capacity, a lot. So if you look at our list, some areas 100%, some areas 70%, some areas JV, some areas we open it, and then with time we move gradually. Another area we've launched a heavy onslaught is the financial sector and insurance. I'll give it to you. So we said 2 years ago, at least keep about 30% of all your financial transactions to the local banks. And I think last year we raised it to 60%. Do you know what that means? So if you have $7.6 billion coming in receipts from gold, take out small scale, 2. So let's say 5.4. Calculate 60% of $5.4 billion and let that run through their local banks. So we went to Bank of Ghana. I wrote to Bank of Ghana. I said, tell me the local banks. I'm talking about the likes of Ghana Commercial Bank and those ones. They gave me the list, about 10 companies. Then I had a session with the mining companies, Chamber of Mines. I said 60% of our revenue should go through these banks. Other than that, if you sit down on your torso, it will be APSA. I am not anti-foreign, please. Don't get me wrong. It will be APSA. At best, they will do EcoBank. Then the South Africans will do Stanbic. And go to Ashanti, and what's the other one? Gophos. They will take it through Stanbic. I don't have a problem if you want to put some in Stanbic, but I'm not driving Stanbic away. But I'm saying 60% of your receipts should also go to the commercial banks. Somebody should calculate 60% of $5.4 billion for me. Look at the price of gold today. Somewhere by early next year, I'll be announcing about $9-10 billion in receipts. So if 60% of that money, so even if $2-3 billion can circulate in commercial bank, because they spend billions every year, salaries, whatever. The same thing we've done it for insurance. So I wrote to National Insurance Commission. They give me the list. So today in the mining sector, we're saying that all your insurable interests, you know the kind of assets Newmont Co have at their side there? That's billions. What is SIC doing? So some of the things, you do it based on capacity. But some of the things, you have to be deliberate about it. Because if you don't force Goldfields, you don't force Angogo Ashanti to say, let some of your money circulate through Ghana Commercial Bank and then the other local banks, it will be 100% Stanbic. Thank you very much. Let me leave you here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Isi. I think incredible focus on intentionality. And I think you see why I said I don't like committees, I like CEOs. If we had a committee, the committee will have to sit, go to the list, go back, but the CEO can say, who are the people? These are the people. Bring them, let me engage, let me implement. A committee will say, well, my stakeholder, no. The CEO knows his numbers, knows his target, knows his mandate. Thank you very much, Mr. Isi. So with that, I think we've kind of gone around. I think the audience has been very patient. I think we'll just go around and take a few questions.
5 to go.
Okay.
Let's start with Madam. And you can direct the questions to any of the participants, including the CEO of the Minerals Commission.
Thank you. My name is Judith Opongtewia. I'm an executive council member of Women Leaders in Energy. My question was prompted by Dr. Fori's contribution and the contribution from Mr. Isi. Ghanaian population has 50.13% as women. Are we doing anything intentional to bring women into the business? If we don't, they will be left behind. So my question is, what are these regulations doing intentionally to involve women in the business? Thank you.
Okay. Direct.
I'm going to come to.
Thank you very much. My name is George Ato Anand from Atoman Group of Company. My company is into engineering, so contribution addition to the Dr. Ofori about the engineering. I had a contract from West Africa Pipelines, and they were asking me to bring a foreigner to be a headed engineer, whilst I seek someone who is an engineer in Ghana who can work for me. Because of that, I couldn't get the contract. So my contribution is that if NPA can support the young entrepreneurs who are into engineering to work or to go into TVET program and advocate and bring those in technical institutions to come and work with us so that we can get those prominent people to work with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I go on, I have to take I'm sorry, I'm remiss. Dr. Riverson is over there, and he had a contribution he was supposed to make. I'd love you to, if someone can get him a microphone. Thank you. He's the industry coordinator for the Association of Oil Marketing Companies.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I thought the questions would come in and I'll contribute. Okay. But that's fine. Okay. So I think most of the points I noted down have been discussed by the honorable members on the seat. But just to add on, I mean, you know, it will be very difficult and inappropriate to kind of copy and paste, local content policies. Last week, I had the honor to send a review of local content policy for Namibia. You could tell they just copied the Ghana local content policy. I'm serious, yes. And they're coming to meet you next month, you are aware. They just copied it. You know, it is wrong to just copy and paste local content. Let it be very engaging. So Mr. Isi came to speak very beautifully here. You go back and implement whatever he said. It will not work, you know. So understand what will work for you in your area and then implement it. And then I think we should set realistic goals. And Mr. Kukubuati mentioned that. In so many ways, we suck these foreign investors, you know. Today, if you go for China loan, local content doesn't apply in China loan today. You can't tell me that China will come here today and then invest and you tell them to keep the money here or use the people here. I've seen China projects in this country and even in Zambia. They bring their own people to come and do it. The money goes back to China. And then you still owe them because it's a loan. A loan, you never had a charge of it. You know, so in terms of having a balance of local content and attracting investment, we need to be very realistic in some of the goals that we mentioned. The gold industry has 160-something years. So they have learned, and your own in Nigeria, it took many years to implement local content. But why you're doing better than Ghana, even though we had it implemented before you, is that you had the experience to take over some of the engineering items. And it's very sad from that contribution that I just said from West Africa Pipeline. And it's true. We were in Senegal last year, and when they were doing the gas master plan, we offered to help them. We went to the Ministry of Ghana Petroleum Commission. They didn't mind us. They gave it to some people from France. And then when they brought it back to us, we realized that it was just something you cannot work with. They brought it back to us, we reviewed it, we gave it to them, and out of our effort, some of the corrections that they were able to make brought them better deals, even in attracting investment in upstream. It's high time, Africa, we accept our own Africans, because we've learned, we have experience, and we can contribute, but sometimes our color also that doesn't help us. And then, I think we need a stable environment. Today, talking about upstream, what is happening upstream today? For the past 7 years, there's nothing to write home about. In the short term, gas shortage will happen. Doom so might come if gas is not seriously mined or explored. Because the gas coming from the West African pipeline from Nigeria is going down. It's moved from 180 to now we're doing around 84, 86 MMscf a day, which is nothing that the country can hold on to. You know, ENI had a problem. It went to court. Where are we now? It took us how many years? So these investors and these IOCs, they are in bed, they talk. Once they are coming to Ghana, they go to ENI. How are they even treating you? If they give negative stories, they didn't come. So setting local content policy is good, but we need to be very adaptive to it. And then the last point is after. What's the role of after in all this? Because if after was playing any role, this young man would have got the contract from West Africa Pipeline. Dangote Cement drives from what? From Nigeria to Ghana. It passes Benin and Togo. Benin still imports cement from France. Where's after? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have one question from the lady, and there's another question. Take like two.
We can take 3 more, Mr. Moderator.
Okay. Sorry.
Hello. Mr. Boateng spoke about removal of the protection after some time. If Ghanaian companies can be made to develop their capacity over the period, I'm struggling to understand why the protection should be removed. Thank you.
Okay. Next question.
Thank you very much. I think for our industry, NPA has done a great job. If you look at the evolution of local content in this industry, I mean, now local players control about 70%, of the market. That's great. However, and Sheila, my question is to you. Sustainability is key, and that is where local capacity becomes crucial. If you look at the type of operators we have here, can the regulators say in the next 10, 20, 15 years, we will have credible, capable OMCs controlling this? That is my question, because the next phase has to be capability, not just control, because we can lose this control if we don't build credible brands, local brands. Thank you.
We have a last one at the back.
Thank you. My name is Marudia, and my question goes to Madam Sheila. You made mention of employment where we have more in-country people taking positions and all that. How is our educational setting? I mean, the School of Engineering, how affordable, how flexible, how equipped are they, and making it open to all to also venture into that sector to be able to get up there? Because it looks like, even if you are going to look at a gender diversity, the course is such that it scares a lot of people, and they don't even want to venture into the School of Engineering. So is the policy also looking at our education to make it open so that people can also go into it?
Okay.
Moderator, we have 15 minutes to wrap up.
Yes, Oga, I've heard, but I'm here. You can't remove me. I'm in power right now, so just be gentle. I'll start with the first question that we received on women energy. I think, Howard, I'll ask you to just... Yes, it was a question on how can we empower and engender women energy, and how is that captured in the Ghanaian content?
Yes, the draft LI provides for gender let me say equity in the future. It doesn't set any target per se as of now, but based on our discussions here today, we may inform the AGs to kind of draft something on a target for gender equity going forward. But part of the role of NPA2 will be to interpret and apply this law. And normally we say in law that we do what we call a purposive interpretation, not a literal interpretation. So looking at the context and everything, we can then apply this law to suit the objective of improving women's participation in the sector. Because as of now, really, when you look at the downstream, the women are underrepresented in terms of ownership of OMC stations, dealership, transportation companies. So we will look at that critically and see how we can implement policies to improve women participation in the industry going forward.
Thank you very much. Mr. Boateng, there was the question for you about why should protection be removed?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. And that has been argument in the local content implementation. When you look at local content, the justification for local content is based on the old economic argument of infant industry protection. You ask yourself, why do you need local content? You need local content policy because, on the one hand, we have a group of local companies that are small, that are less capable, that are new to the industry, who are competing with more experienced foreign companies that have expanded over time in the past, have a good understanding of the market, they have the technology, and therefore they enjoy economies of scale. So when you allow the local companies to compete with the foreign companies, such competition will be unfair. And that's the reason why we need the protection to ensure that the unfairness that exists should be minimized. And therefore, you give protection to local companies. But as you give the protection to them, your local content policy should be calibrated over time. As the capacity improves, you reduce the protection gradually so that you encourage the local companies to build capacity and be able to compete. If you don't do that, what will happen is that you will end up developing an entrenched group of local firms that only rely on protective barriers or regulatory barriers to exist. And there will be no incentive for them to improve the operations and reduce costs. And therefore, what we do in Petroleum Commission is that there are certain sectors that as they build their capacity, and I think Dr. Foley said, the companies have been categorized depending on the sophistication of the services. Certain services that have been considered low-hanging fruits, that are now naturally, even though they're even restricted to provided by Ghanaian companies. Now, Ghanaian companies have developed capacity that without even protection, they'll be able to provide those services and compete effectively with foreign companies. And you have the mid-technical services, which you have limited protection for them. And there are some services which are highly sophisticated to encourage Ghanaian companies to compete. We will need protection for them for a considerable number of periods. Now, I think that the policy have been working in the sense that now, some Ghanaian companies that were protected and the protection have been removed. Now, they are now build their capacity to the sense that they're operating in foreign countries. Now, if you go to Guyana, you have Ghanaian companies that have been supplying valves, hoses, apart from the low-hanging fruits like catering. I don't want to mention those logistics. But Ghanaian companies are now operating in Guyana, Suriname, Senegal, Mauritania, and now if you go to Angola, the last count, there are about 11 Ghanaian companies that are established and operating in Angola in the upstream sector. And this is happening because you don't let this company depend on protection for a long time. You encourage them to build capacity. Yes. If you maintain the protection, There will be no incentives. All the companies will be marginal firms, relying on protection to exist. So the local content, as the companies develop, you also minimize the protected barriers gradually. So they'll be encouraged to also be able to compete with foreign firms.
Excellent points. Sheila, there's questions for you. The first one is, how do you ensure sustainability to ensure that there will be credible OMCs in the next 20 years?
Okay. So, like I started, pretty much this conversation is very good for us. So you notice that MPA, we're taking a lot of notes. Our industry has come a long way, and unfortunately, this is a time that we're looking to now structure local content. It grew organically without our intentional force in it, and so we sort of have some local content existing, but we need to force it into a well-structured manner, so that's why this helps us. The question about how we try to build credible businesses and make sure that there's sustainability, as part of the Ghanaian content plan, we would have to make sure that we ensure that capacity building is incorporated in it. Without even the Ghanaian content plan as it is, we do have some sort of business development operations that we do with the service providers. So on a quarterly basis, we have some training and capacity building going on. But I guess you're asking the question to make sure that out of the 270 or 240, whatever it is, OMCs we've got, a few years down the line, we should have some within a certain capacity in terms of, let's say, value of business and the like. So yes, it is something that we'll look at to make sure to do. Because I mentioned sometime yesterday that we've gotten to the point of driving efficiency in our sector now. It is no longer about building infrastructure. It's no longer about building business processes. We are there. Now, how do we become efficient? Make sure the top-notch Ghanaians are the ones that are operating. So yes, we're moving together. Then there was a question about STEM education. So yes, STEM education, I know, is a strong policy with the Ministry of Education and even the Ghana Education Service to try and encourage women, for example, and even young ladies into science, technical, engineering, and mathematics education. So obviously, as part of this Ghanaian content policy, building capacity, we would have to collaborate with them. In-house, MPA is trying to build something we call a center of excellence, where we are looking to make sure that some of the low-level service providers within our industry, or some of the low-level employees, get some sort of certification. So pump attendants, for example, we can train them in some standards, some operational and safety standards, and get them certified, such that they become a pool of local resources that can be employed everywhere. We started doing some training for drivers of hydrocarbon together with the DVLA to make sure that they are licensed, and we're building professional capacity locally so that they have the experience, but there is no certificate to show that you have the standard experience and you can be used elsewhere. In our crude way, this is how we've done it, but once we have a structure under the law, we can make it better.
Thank you, Sheila. And I must add, in order to attract any funding for your industry going forward, ESG is critical. And one of the key points I always raise is when we talk of energy transition by 2040, I say raise your hand if you are going to be 40 years old or younger by 2030. Because if you are not actually going to be part of energy transition. So how do we get the young people more involved in our industry, build the bench strength to execute those projects? So great stuff. So I'll just take one. Any last comments, Dr. Kweku, before we round up? Sorry, I think she has a comment on STEM first. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I think there were a bit of misalignment based on the issue that my colleague, Dr. Riverson Brew, was saying. We're not necessarily interested in driving any foreign company or foreign entities out. But the difference between the Zambia or the Chinese loan and what we are talking about is that whereas for grant or loans, they call the shot. It's like going to bank to access loan. But what we are talking about here is that we are in a extractive, be it mining or mining of hydrocarbons. You are coming to our country to mine or take our resources out. And we are saying, well, in as much as you are bringing in your technology, you can't say that our personnel or our people are tabula rasa and that they cannot also contribute anything. So we will create the needed partnership, but we also want to retain some of the knowledge sharing that you are bringing in. That is what we talk about, the technology transfer or knowledge transfer. But beneath this and the ESG concept that you are talking about, it's also our own local indigenous companies. How are we reporting? And I'll be looking forward to see MPA, and let's say tomorrow awards night, some of the criteria that maybe UI will be looking for. Those who have been compliant with a certain standard of corporate governance, reporting, indicating their performance in terms of that. How many of our institutions are even willing to give young engineers coming out from our universities the internship? Something that the mining and the Chamber of Mines are doing very well. But within our sector, how many of us even allow these young graduates an opportunity to come to our institution, with the exception of maybe MPA that you have a lot of national service, but deliberately partnering with our academic institutions to get there. The issue about certification goes beyond even the Ghana Educational Service, and I will throw the challenge that between the Attorney General and the others was deliberately spearhead an agenda that you pick CA Ghana, what they managed to do. You know, previously it was you have to have ACCA to hold those accounting bigger positions, and all these were means that other developed countries used to control it. Recently, in the area of psychology, the Ghana Psychological Council has managed to ensure that for no matter where you got your qualification or your degree, you need to pass through the Ghana Psychological Council to be able to practice here. It's common in the medical profession, it's common in the legal profession. And irrespective of those barriers that the international companies will set, because in the case that he was talking about, West Coast, they can do that because there is nothing like international certification partner that maybe the Engineers Association or professional body has also pushed by an act of parliament. Any Ghanaian engineer who holds this qualification is equivalent to anyone anywhere, and that you cannot, on the basis of this, refuse or decline them an opportunity to work within the sector. Until we push that agenda and also support as corporate entities our academic institutions to build the necessary research labs and the capacity to be able to also train the personnel, we can only sit here and discuss this, and then after here, we'll go short. We should now, I'm challenging all of us here, that we should put our money where our mouth is. If we really think about local content starts with investment in our academic institution and propping up those young graduates, and then our research institution to also have the necessary capacity to really develop. Thank you.
Thank you. It's okay? All right, so the last point, Mr. Isi, just the last point, comments of the day.
So the last person has really made my day. And I think I like the gentleman on my left, right, the way he spoke. Yes, he said mining, we've been around for centuries. So, yes, that is true. There's a lot to learn from us. You may take some time together, but let me share a few lessons. Following on from what he said, we will use the carrot and the stick approach. Where we have capacity, we don't care who you are. No, you have to. So, for example, if you care to know, Ghana is a major exporter of mining skills in the world. I'm not talking about Africa. Yes. Our mining engineers, metallurgists, and geologists are some of the finest in the world. You go to Western, or every year I go to Australia, there's this special conference, African Down Under. It's purely mining. Australian investors versus the whole continent. And I have over 200 Ghanaians in my database because we have created a database. They are there working and they return. Okay, Ghana, when you finish UMAT, 2-3 years, you are employable because of the training. You see, as you must partner industry. You see, as you speak, the Chamber of Mines has a seat on the University Council at the university. Okay, we have a specialized university for mining and geosciences in Ghana. We call it University of Mines and Technology, or
properly per grant, School of Mines and Technology. It's in Takwa. So the university and the mine is like me and you. The university is at the heart of the mine, and they run courses in mining engineering, mineral engineering, metallurgical engineering, from diploma to PhD. And this is what we have done. Let me boast a little bit. Products from the mining universities or the mining university are the most employable anywhere in Ghana. I can't speak for any other industry. People have been complaining in Ghana, and I'm sure the rest of Africa. Me, I used to hear that when I was in Lagos 91, 94. That then Ismail Yamson, when he was heading, and when they come from university, they have to retrain them again. Not in the mining sector. Let me tell you how it works. And it's by law, legislation, by force. Let me use Ghanaian English. So, and they have the data with us. So, every mining company, Newmont Ahafo, Newmont Achim, Asanko, Goldfields, Takwa, or Daman, you have to file with the Minerals Commission. So, first year, when they finish, is that long vac, 3 months? So, Asanko will have to tell me, how many have you taken? So, if it's mining, so you tell me, okay, we have about 80 people or 40 mining engineers, mining engineering students, mineral engineering, metallurgical, mechanical, etc. These are the ones that we need, geometric and co. They all have filed it with us. So Asanko 40, Newmont 50, Obuasi this, they take them. It's by force. At first it was voluntary, and then they were playing games. So first year, 3 months, they go to the mines and work. Second year, they go back. Third year, they go back. Fourth year, they go back. So by the time a Ghanaian has finished UMAT, he has 1 year, and they expose them. My time, my colleagues who went to UMAT 1991, you might even know some big man who must know some big man somewhere to even get one internship at their mine. Now, no more. So when they finish, then they do national service. The national service, they take them. We allocate based on the size of the mine, the numbers. So by the time somebody has finished national service and he has read mining engineering or metallurgical engineering, he has, if you like, 2 years real practical experience. He's employable. And then they've also designed what we call graduate training programs. So Newmont, for example, designed one and took almost about 80 people. When I asked them, why did you take that huge numbers from the 40 we allocated? They said, we are building a new mine, Ahafo North, which will be ready next year. They started this about some years ago. So by the time Ahafo North will be ready, they have these about 40 to 50 mining engineers, mineral engineers, metallurgists, who they will ship there. They've even started taking them. That's what we are doing in the mining sector. Okay? The industries are funding chairs and programs at UMAT. Myself, as I speak to you, I have 147 national service personnel. I take them. You see, so those 80 people Newmont is training, they may take about 40. Minerals Commission will take the rest as junior inspectors. That's what is happening in the mining sector. And then the rest also go out to Australia and go, they come back. We encourage that a lot, because if you look at the MD of Obuasi, who has just been appointed, he left years ago, he's back. He came to Eduapim, now he's a new MD at Obuasi. If you look at the one who was appointed barely 2 weeks ago, MD Newmont Africa, who is coming to run the 2 mines, Rahman, he's a young man, 40 years. He was MD Newmont Peru, business development manager somewhere, Newmont, US. He's back. They are all back. It's Ghanaians who run the mine. And then the certification thing. If you don't have MINCOM approved certification, you can't operate a machine. We have to certify them. No, it's not everybody who can enter the mine and run. So for instance, let me use this. We call something in our mining language or parlance, mine manager. You could be the underground or surface. In the mining industry, you are like the army commander. The mine runs on the mine manager. You have to have a mine manager certificate. Pass the exams and be tested by MINCOM. And it's not just one of, you have to start from blasting, foreman, mine superintendent, the kind of things I'm doing now went through. We accept the equivalent from South Africa. We accept the equivalent from Australia. They also accept. Except that general manager down is now Ghanaian role. And many of the mines are run by Ghanaians. The whole of Ghana bauxite, everybody there is Ghanaian. 740 workers at Iduaprim, big mine, from MD to whoever is the last person, Ghanaian. All non-technical roles, Ghanaian. The only ones we are tolerating is the MD. Maybe because the companies are owned by outsiders, but it is even no longer the case. The boss of Newmont, Ghanaian. MD Iduaprim, Ghanaian. MD Obuasi, Ghanaian. You understand? So, but as the gentleman said, it's taking us 100 years. As a young lawyer, I remember I joined Minerals Commission 2nd April 2002. That's about, if you like, over 22 years now. When we go for a meeting, the highest rank Ghanaian may be like a mine superintendent or foreman. You see only white faces in the room. Recently, the vice president called a meeting for us to discuss some challenges affecting the mines. There was no single white face. All the MDs were Ghanaians. So we have come far. While some of the things you encourage, some you be deliberate. The last one, the gender thing. In our law, LI 2431, 2020, it is there. When they are doing the hiring, everything, it has to be gender. What I like your statement, my sister, what we refrained from doing was to put quota. So we are giving them, they file it. So if you are hiring 5 geologists, you have to at least get 1 lady or so. They are doing it now. And myself, I mean, more than half, close to about half of our engineers or inspectors are women. You know, very knowledgeable, and they are even better than the men. Pardon me. You see, why do women instead do better than men? You see, until recently, you know, they don't allow women underground. Yes, but now they go underground. You see, I have some 2 lovely ladies, just about 36 years. They joined us after 10 years working underground, I think somewhere in Prestia. We call them ventilation engineers, but they train generally in mine engineering. We take them outside. We also take our people to the best schools. I have close to about 40 people learning outside Ghana. They come back. They are in Australia. I have about 12 people in University of Curtin, which is the best mining engineering school in Australia, and number 2 in the world. They are there learning. Because we need to match Newmont. You see, last year, Newmont took $13.8 billion to go and buy Newcrest. Newcrest is the biggest producer of gold in Australia. They bought them. Do you know the total export of Ghana last year? 13.6. So Newmont, what Newmont spent in buying Newcrest in Australia was 200 million more than the entire export of Ghana, whether gold, cocoa, non-traditional export, attaching, whatever. Okay? And they ran that monster mine in Kenya. See? Monster mine. This year they produce 720,000 ounces, multiplied by $2,400. Taking out 1.5 billion. An inspector from Ghana Minerals Commission, whether mechanical for machinery, whether processing plant, metallurgy, whether mining engineer or ventilation engineer, when you enter Subiga underground, the first thing is to be able to spot a potential accident. Now they are talking about artificial intelligence, robotics, etc. So you go there, you come out, and then they are laughing at you. A lot of electrical installation and wiring. So you must also take your people outside to go and learn. That is it. So we have a partnership with the universities, and we invest in them. They also invest in us. We take them. I've just received a letter from UMAC. They said they are going to develop a mineral economics program. They consulted us, we made inputs, and they asked us whether we can take them for service and work. We said yes. So there's a lot of collaboration, but you have to hear that, man. We've come a long way. Yeah. First commercial mine in Ghana, 1897. So there's a lot of history. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. A round of applause for the panelists and contributors. I'll just end the way I started my first panel, the quote from Thomas Edison. If we did all that we are capable of doing, we would literally astonish ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, local content is here to develop companies that just happen to be Ghanaian, but are world class, and then they can use ACTFA to take on the rest of Africa. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for this brilliant panel. Respectfully, Mr. Isi, I ask that you join for a group photograph. Dr. Riverson, since you scored the golden goal, please join. And so going forward, to be an MC or moderator in the mining or petroleum sector, you need certification. I have one. It's amazing how we've left women out in mining, especially underground. Women do best underground. You know why? They're able to dig up the past better than anybody. It's very true. And so this sets the tone for two more very important conversations that we need to have. My certification will come very soon, not now. And so we have two more conversations to go, very insightful conversations coming up, but we shall go for coffee, tea, and cocoa. We shall go down to the exhibition area, acquaint ourselves with all the solutions on hand. We shall return in exactly 20 minutes to conclude with the rest of the conversations. A missing but found car key. If you're hoping that your car will turn into a Tesla, it won't happen today. Please come for your boboya. All our VIPs, we ask that you please make it through this door, the first door. Ushers, please assist. We move to the exhibition area down, please. Thank you very much. Lest I forget, please carry your valuables along with you. Carry all your valuables along with you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen outside, please join us inside. We're live in 2 minutes. Once again, I bring to the attention of owner or driver or vehicle whose key has been found, please see me for collection. Please show by hand if you're here. Madam Stella T. Opakas. Thank you. Mr. Jeremy Parker. Okay. Dr. Joseph Wilson. Okay. So our panelists are ready. It's 1:25. At exactly 1:30, we empanel the next conversation. We have two conversations before lunch at 3. The first being the future of downstream regulations, lessons, and the way forward. And the last being optimizing the downstream supply chain to achieve efficiency, growth, and sustainability. Let's begin with the first. Welcome your moderator, Director Policy Coordination at the NPA, Dr. Sheila Ado. She has done nothing wrong. Please, a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Jerry. So we're about wrapping up. This is one of, I think, 2 or 3 more sessions and then we're done. But I'm particularly happy about this topic. The future of downstream regulations, what are the lessons and what's the way forward? Yesterday we set the tone for conversations about efficiency, growth, and sustainability. And so if we're talking about sustainability, that seems to be some of the future things that's happening in our sector or our industry. Let's talk about ESG, environment, social, and governance practices. We've heard amongst the crowd how we sustain good governance practices in the petroleum downstream sector. Let's talk about energy transition what should be the regulatory approach with energy transition in Ghana, West Africa, Africa, and the like? How do we interconnect with other regulators and the like? Now, there's also a very, very interesting new thing, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. So if you look at your WhatsApp status, or if you go on WhatsApp, I'm sure you see Meta AI. You can quickly type in a question there. It pops up with some answers. If we start applying artificial intelligence into regulations in petroleum, what are the implications and how do we move? So I have a very, very distinguished panel to help me break apart these questions. So I'll invite them to come up. I'd like to invite the lady from Kenya to kindly come up. Please give her a round of applause. I'm trying to pull up the names. Okay, Dr. Joseph Wilson, too, would like to see you up. So this is Madame Stella Opakas. Welcome, from the Regulatory Authority from Kenya. Dr. Joseph Wilson is the head of Research Monitoring and Evaluation, the director in charge of Research Monitoring and Evaluation at the NPA. You're welcome, Dr. Wilson. And in place of Jeremy Parker, we have Gary Still. Gary Still, please come up. He's the managing director of CETAC. So thank you for coming, ladies and gentlemen. The task we have at hand is to try and look at what is in the future for petroleum downstream regulation, look at what the trending issues look like in terms of all the issues that are coming up, energy transition, ESG, artificial intelligence, what the structures look like. So I'm going to ask maybe Gary to start with us. Because you are CITAC, a research organization, you sort of pick up data, relate with other regulators and the like. What do you think the regulatory structure for the future should look like? And pretty much, I'll be selfish. How do you think we're also comparing in Ghana, because this is Ghana?
Is working? Yes. Yes. Good afternoon. Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Sheila. Yes, it's true that we come across a lot of regulators in our business, in Africa, and there seems to be different ways of approaching that particular task. You'll be pleased to say we probably have more involvement with the regulator here in Ghana than we do in a number of other countries. Because one of the things you notice here is that it's a very open thing. In some other countries, it's very, very closed. There's not an awful lot of discussion, which obviously causes issues with markets. We are particularly impressed how you are willing to debate with the market to see how any regulation will impact on the marketplace and on their businesses. There are different approaches, because you have a number of countries where markets are not liberalized, prices are controlled, you have very rigid price structures, and other places where you have only the national company being allowed to import and distribute to the market, or in other countries they have private marketers, but they are supplied by their state-owned refinery, and only the refinery is allowed to import any extra products. So from that point of view, as I said, this is to my mind, a sort of beacon of good governance. If you forgive me for saying that, because I think that it's debate that is most important when you're dealing with regulation.
Right, thank you, Gary. I'll go to Dr. Wilson. You are with the regulator in Ghana, the National Petroleum Authority. Looking at the plans for the future, I'd like you to give us an assessment of what the Ghana market looks like and the structures you think we should put in place. What's working, what isn't working, the challenges we're facing, and things that you think we can do to improve upon regulation to prepare for the future.
All right, thank you very much, Sheila. From yesterday's discussion on impact of government regulations on downstream business, and also this morning or afternoon discussions on issues relating to the local content, there's one thing that I glean from this discussion, that regulation will have to take a different approach, and it should be evidence-based. So regarding the question that you asked, I think the downstream industry has evolved over the period. Post-2000, we've seen a lot of regulations that have been put in place to ensure efficiency, growth, and sustainability. For instance, there was decentralization of the storage facility using the BOS facilities across the country. Also, we also saw how we can adjust our margins to benchmark that of West Africa. We had a bi-weekly pricing as well. Then we have deregulation of the infrastructure to get the private sector to be on board. Then also we moved to price deregulation, where we allow the players, that is the BIDEX and also the OMCs, to set prices. Now we move to price floor, where MPA set price floor. Then post 2013, that is where we had technology taking some aspect of our activities. So if you look at fuel marking, we introduced a fuel marking scheme whereby we introduce a marker into products, and at the end of the day, the motive was to check adulteration. Then we had also bulk road vehicle tracking, where we also, the idea is to track BRVs that transport petroleum products to the retail outlet to ensure that we reduce illicit activities. Then we currently also have the fuel monitoring system, which helps us to also improve on our regulations. There are two things that I see about the petroleum downstream industry regulations. The downstream industry is very, very dynamic. So what I've seen is that the industry is moving very fast. So regulation has to also be very dynamic. Other than that, the regulation will always lag behind the industry. And it's like the industry will be dictating to us to what regulators should do. So we should be a step ahead of the industry. And the other thing that I realize is that regulation is also not path dependent. What I mean is that whatever happened in the past and whatever regulation that we put in place, you cannot use those regulations to predict future. So it's not path dependent. So that is what I've realized. So going forward, what we need to do is we need to really see regulation from different point of view, because we cannot use what we are doing currently to regulate the future. So this is what I want to say.
I mean, a case in point, I think the previous panel helped us see that, for example, if you take the case of local content, we should move past the initial conversation about ownership to value addition. So perhaps that's one of the things you look at, changing the focus of regulations going forward. I'll come to you, Stella. Pretty much, you're also with a regulator in Kenya. Would like to understand what the regulatory philosophy in Kenya looks like for petroleum downstream. What are some of the lessons you think we can learn from you guys?
Thank you, Dr. Sheila. It's a great honor to be part of this great conference and be in your beautiful country. And to regulation, I think what it's, as Doctor here said, it's very dynamic. It moves very, very fast. Yesterday's problems are not today's issues. Once you solve an issue, you have to move on to the next issue that comes up. And so in Kenya, we do move quite fast. And for the main thing is that in the petroleum product, at least you have to make sure the security of supply, that is very key to us. Availability, you have to make sure it's available. Also, that it's affordable and sustainable at the same time, because you do not want to get into problems with, you want to build something that future generations are happy about. So we do, the regulator in Kenya handles many things. We do handle licensing, we do permitting. Licensing, that means of retail stations, depots, pipelines. We also issue permits, so if you're putting up a facility, you have to come to the regulator to get a permit. Accident investigations, we do accident investigations to do with anything downstream. Public education and awareness, that is something that the regulator has to do. Enforcement, and as well as we also look at developing regulations, because regulations are not static, as the previous panelists have said. They keep moving. They keep, the industry is very robust. Right. It's a technology-intense industry. There's always innovation. And as doctors here said, is that the regulator has the risk of playing catch-up instead of being ahead, and that also, the risk to the regulator is having regulatory capture. So for example, in Kenya right now, in LPG, like 3 or 4 years ago, we had the issue of autogas, where people are using LPG in their vehicles. Right. But right now it's gained a critical mass. So as a regulator, you have to quickly address it, because so that it is for the sake of public safety. And so those are some of the things we look into. And in Kenya as well, the government has a mandate. They want to increase the LPG access nationwide up to...
Okay, so I was going to come there. That's the second leg of our conversation, because going into the future, we're looking at energy transition. And the focus for petroleum in most African countries is to maximize our resources and pick on some of the low-hanging fruits. So you will still continue, pretty much LPG being one of the low-hanging fruits to help us meet our environmental targets. I know Kenya is doing good with LPG, so please tell us what your program on LPG looks like, because we're doing cylinder recirculation model. It'll be good to hear from you what you're doing with LPG supplies as well.
Thank you, Dr. Sheila. In Kenya, the cabinet passed a resolution last year to increase the LPG uptake in the country from 6.5 per capita to about 15% per capita. What that means is that we have more people accessing LPG, a larger percent of the population accessing LPG. So that is going to be done through regulations, through marketing, and also building infrastructure. So we do have infrastructure being built along the coast, because we import most of our LPG. Our refinery, unfortunately, was shut down. So we are not as rich as you in terms of having a refinery. But we do import the LPG, so the infrastructure must be there. We do have a bulk handling facility, like a depot sort of. So we have one, and most of the LPG comes from the port, but we also have some coming in from the neighboring countries, that is like Tanzania. And apart from increasing it domestically, we're also promoting LPG consumption in schools, whereby most schools, you'd find quite a number of schools use biomass for their LPG. But now the government has invested heavily in making sure that all the schools have LPG. And also in construction, we find in apartments, especially in the city, we do find that there's LPG reticulation, such that in your apartment there's a bulk tank of LPG, so you just need to, the reticulation is done, so you just switch on your LPG from your cooker and you have LPG. And we also have, Kenya, we're very progressive politically, so we do have the affirmative action, which ensures that every region has a women representative. So just to increase representation in parliament. And you find that most of the women, part of their programs include providing LPG into the home. So you find that even the remote parts of town, of the country, they do manage to have LPG. As a regulator, now that we have now to make sure that safety is key, public safety is key, because you find that talking to someone about LPG in the city and going to somewhere in the hinterland, sensitizing them because they're more used to firewood, or you would say. So it's very important for us to ensure that public safety and public education and awareness is done, as well as licensing. So we are also updating, or we are currently having a review of our LPG regulations to include the emerging trends that are in place, and also looking ahead, what is the rest of the world doing, and how do we update our regulations to meet the current trends? Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. So, I mean, staying on what is the rest of the world doing in terms of these new discussion about the switch to renewable energy. Yesterday, we had a conversation about trying to prevent stranding of petroleum downstream assets in the face of energy transition. So I'll come back to you, Dr. Wilson. Can we engage a little bit on what you think are the low-hanging fruits for our sector to connect to the renewable energy drive, the energy transition drive? How do we make sure that petroleum downstream assets are useful for a while, even though there's the concept that, yes, Anibo told us, if you're not 40 by the year 2030, energy transition won't hit you. So, but at least we need to prepare. How do we adapt as a sector for energy transition?
All right, thank you very much. I think per our energy transition plan, the downstream aspect of that plan looks at biofuel and also CNG as the main transition fuel. We also have LPG as well. But then I know LPG, Ghana, the market is developed. And in terms of what we are doing currently, that is the CRM, once we start complete rollout of CRM, we expect that we increase adoption of LPG. Currently, we are doing something around 37%. We are looking at moving to 50% by the year 2030. And I believe that we can even achieve that before the 2030 based on what we are doing. Because the main challenge with LPG adoption is access and also affordability. But I believe with CRM, we are almost there with access, because with CRM, we expect that in terms of investment, we don't expect the players to invest in huge sums in infrastructure, building stations, and they just need an exchange point, which is the cost is lower compared to putting up a refilling plant. So in terms of accessibility, we are there. In terms of pricing, we are also, I think yesterday you talked a lot about it, so I will not really talk much about that. And in terms of also supply, we have constant supply of LPG, which is also not an issue. So there are two things that are left, which we have not even, we have started, but we are at the early stages. That the first one has to do with the biofuel. Yesterday we mentioned that an ministerial or agency committee has been put together, and they are looking at the framework for biofuel. And the key thing that we mentioned, which I was so glad about, was the fact that they are doing a feasibility study, which is very, very key, because that will help us to know the kind of infrastructure that we need, how we can use the existing infrastructure to also transition smoothly. For instance, if you look at what Energy Commission is doing regarding EVs, and they adopted the same approach. They first of all carried out a baseline data to know the number of EVs across the country, and they came out with a data around 17,000 to 20,000 EVs in the country. And based on that, they have now commissioned a Brew Hammond Energy Center in KNUST to develop a regulation for EVs. And you could see the academia and institution collaboration in here. So as I indicated earlier, we may have to
have a new approach to how we go about our regulations in the future. Because we need to, first of all, it should be evidence-based, as you are doing for the biofuel, having feasibility studies. Then, thereafter, you need to also come out with the regulation by getting the institutions, the academia, or those who have the know-how to assist you in doing that. Regarding CNG, we have not done that much. I know MPA has started the conversation. And the first point of call has been the approach is, first of all, we need to really conduct a comprehensive study on CNG. Because what I understand, when you were in Egypt, at Cairo, that was COP27 or so, yeah. So we had the opportunity to visit some of these infrastructure in Cairo. Fortunately for them, they have a very good way of doing that. So what they did was that, okay, fine. They decided that instead of, fortunately they have the infrastructure because they do not have, they have pipelines to where they have their retail stations. So they're able to really pipe the gas, and they put compressors to compress the gas, and they fill the vehicle. So they had about almost, I think, 10 million taxis which were running on a CNG. And they had a very nice model, because the drivers were not paying anything to convert their vehicles to use CNG. So what they did was, okay, fine. They had a scheme with microfinance institution. But what they do is that anytime you buy CNG, there is a component in it that you use that amount of money to pay for the toolkit. So that is the approach that they use. So they had a lot of vehicles converting to CNG because of that approach. Because the drivers go in there, they are not supposed to pay for anything. The retrofitting, they are not supposed to pay for anything, which is a very good approach that we can also we can learn. So these are some of the things that we are looking at going forward.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Gary, I'll come to you. So we've heard about trying to adapt our industry for energy transition plans so that we don't have stranded assets. But the attitude of the service providers themselves and the capacity of the service providers themselves so that they can take advantage of this opportunity, what do you think we should look at in terms of trying to get them ready for the opportunities?
Well, one of the, as we touched on, as Stella said, really part of the role of the regulator is education and getting the story out and getting it right and having those discussions, bringing people on board. In terms of future fuels, yes, I mean, you need to be prepared. You need to be prepared in advance to know what sort of regulations need to be put in place for these fuels, decide what they are and how they best fit into your markets, because they may not. People get excited about CNG, but actually it's quite capital intensive and it's expensive stuff, CNG. It's more expensive than, say, LPG for cars. I know that can be contentious as well. There are other things. Dr. Wilson talked about biofuels and biofuels blending. And as you know, as part of Annabelle Cracker will tell you, the first thing you need to do is clean up what you're already producing. So the best thing to do is to make the specifications that you have, of the fuels they're using today, as clean as they can possibly be as you go forward. So the low-hanging fruit actually is clean up what you've already got, then start talking about adopting biofuels as a blend. But then you also have to then take into consideration how that may impact on the supply chain and how that may also impact on your neighbours, because obviously some of the product will come through and go through to the hinterland. Does that mean if they have different specifications, does that mean that you have to have segregated storage, etc.? So it's not quite as easy as it first looks. And eventually talking about things like hydrogen, that sort of thing. But I think Annabelle's right. I mean, as the oldest man, or the oldest person on this panel, energy transition is not quite not the most pressing thing for me. But yes, the other thing, of course, is with talking about future things. you can't ignore ESG. That's going to be a really big part of regulation and enforcement of that as well. So the regulator will become very much part of that process.
I mean, I would say ESG started from the financial sector in terms of compliance with ESG because the financial sector demands it to, for you to access finance, but there isn't that much push for a regulator to demand for it. So paying keen attention, demanding for ESG practices of organizations is also quite key. Now, I hear you also about building capacity of our service providers in terms of financial capacity, operational capacity, so we can match up to the future. Another thing that is coming up in the future is technology. Emerging technology. Gen Z, Gen X, Gen Alpha people are already hooked onto AI and the like. So I'm not quite sure we're in that generation, but to the best of our knowledge, what do we think the connection between regulation and technology should be going forward? How should you have some sort of armchair regulation? Should you be more engaging? What kind of approaches? And how do you see the advantages or disadvantages with technology in regulation? Stella, since you picked the mic, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Dr. Sheila. Just before I answer that, I also want to just add on to what Gary said about biofuels. As a regulator, you also need to keep in touch with other regulators, because I can give the example of Kenya. We have people importing ethanol, bioethanol or denatured bioethanol, and we have local farmers producing ethanol, which they also denature. So sometimes you find that these people import it because they're getting it cheaper, and then you find your local farmers getting into, they have a lot of stock, they can't process, and then now the local farmer is not able to harvest his product, and as a result, what happens? The quality goes off. It has like a domino effect. So we're in touch as a regulator. We work a lot on that discourse of bioethanols. We work a lot with the Food and Agricultural Authority, because those are very sensitive. One of the regulators is not just to protect those who are the strong, but you also have to protect the weak in the society. And some of these farmers, that is the only thing they depend on. So we have to be, we are very keen about it, especially in Kenya. On adapting of technology, I think that is one area where regulators will have to train their people. And I like what the CEO of the Mining Authority said, because I was listening to the CEO of Chevron, and he said in CERAWeek, and he said that one thing he does is train his people on AI and technology. So you can imagine a regulator, if you're not up to date, going to regulate people who know what you have no idea about. You will be, you'll be like a spindle and just dancing to their whims. So regulators have to invest in training their staff. That is very key. And I know Treasury, with many people, they just look at the money. What is it for? Is there an emergency? How discussions with Treasury people, sometimes it's not easy. But that is one area where regulators have to really put up the foot down and say this has to happen, because these people the people you're regulating have the money, and they have the technology, and they have the people. So as a regulator, you really have to invest in training and retraining your people.
Dr. Wilson, so technology, we've applied technology to some of our processes at NPA as a regulator. It's had its ups and downs. It's had its challenges as well, but it's sort of overall improved the efficiency. How do you see how we marry technology and make sure that we can deal with the challenges of technology?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think technology will continue to play a significant role going forward. And that is why I said that post-2013, NPA was smart enough to start using technology to address some of the challenges that have been identified. And I believe that going forward, what technology seeks to do is to address challenges that you identify. So for instance, when you talk about AI, you are trying to tell machine to think like a human being. So what you do is that you look at your processes, how your processes are, and what are the key challenges that you can really address using AI. So for instance, there is what we call machine learning, where you train machine to learn in a certain pattern, depending on what you really tell the machine to do. We realize that we've deployed so many technologies. What is coming up is that now we have a lot of data. So the issue of big data is coming up. So AI is something that you can use. So on regular basis, you'll be able to really, even on daily basis, be able to know the trends, what is happening in terms of demand, in terms of supply. So the regulator will have an upper hand to make informed decisions, because at the end of the day, you know how the liftings went, where they went to, and all those things. Then you make an informed decision. So AI going forward will be very, 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 very key. It has its own disadvantages, like any other machine. Even your vehicle can break down at any point in time. So all these things. So even though you are thinking about AI, you have to also look at the negative aspect of it as well. So I believe that as you in your presentation, you mentioned some areas that MPA is going to focus going forward. So what we need to do is that we need to sit down, do a bit of evaluation, do a bit of analysis of all those areas. Where can technology help? Then we can really see how we can deploy the technology to solve those issues. Because technology, as you said, brings about what? Efficiency. And now we are talking about growth, which is good. Now we know that the industry has been growing. Talking about efficiency, we have deployed some technologies which are also helping us to achieve efficiency. Sustainability, very, very key. How do you sustain their businesses? So going forward, all these things should really shape our decisions.
Thank you, Dr. Carey. So my final question is to you. Pretty much your experience in terms of how we're using digitalization technology in other jurisdictions, for example, to regulate and make sure people, businesses are able to adapt to this changing environment. What do you think about that?
Well, I'm not Gen Z. I think I qualify as baby boomer. But yeah, I mean, I think the main thing is not to be frightened of the technology. I don't think people naturally are. I think that we've seen quite a lot of changes, even very recently. I mean, some people in this room probably don't know what a VCR is, or a fax machine, or a floppy disk. These things do seem to come, and they come at pace. So it's a question of embracing it, but also understanding it. AI has, I don't understand it completely myself, of course, but there will be people out there who will study this. And it's important, as Stella said again, we have to get people trained and retrained, because technology does change, and you then have to decide how you want to progress with that.
Thank you. So we'll come to the contributors. I think Dr. Riverson, if he's around. Okay, he's not. Then it's time to probably take questions from the crowd. So do we have any questions? So the subject we're discussing about is energy transition, ESG, the use of modernization techniques like technology and digitalization for the future of our industry. How do we build capacity of the service providers? How do we also build regulatory capacity to catch on with the future? Now, we have agreed that some of the low-hanging fruits for our sector, so that we can, still maximize our infrastructure whilst taking advantage of the future, is biofuels, for example, LPG, CNG. Now, I'd like to hear from maybe some business persons how you are adapting yourself to energy transition into the future. If we are supporting you to get into biofuels, what are the things you want to hear? What are the things you need? We're supporting you to get into LPG, CNG, because that is also part of fuels of the future. What kind of support and what do you expect of the regulator? So if the MC can help, if there's any hand to ask.
Thank you. My name is Michael Bozombo, CEO of Petrosol Platinum Energy. So my question is going to Gary. Gary, with your research work, do you have some practical experience to share with us how some countries are preparing, especially in the downstream sector? What practical steps they are taking to transition? So that's one. And then also, I would like to find out, maybe this can go to Sheila, from the regulatory point of view, because as business people, we need clarity. In the energy sector, we have NPA regulating the petroleum downstream. We have Energy Commission in charge of the power sector. We need regulatory clarity. So especially at this point of transition. So is it NPA that will be regulating? And if so, and as Doctor said earlier, what proactive measures in terms of regulation, even margins? So these are the things that we need to be having conversation ahead of time so that we don't wait till we are caught up midstream. Thank you.
Is there any other hand? Okay, there's one.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The name is Edward Nunu from the Institute for Oil and Gas Studies, University of Cape Coast. And the first thing, I will begin by saying this, that we listened to the previous discussant this morning on local content. My institute is into academia, and we have tailored programs for the industry. So we'll be looking forward to seeing the downstream petroleum industry, the petroleum industry in general, partnering with some of our academic institutions so that we can also contribute to building capacity in this field. They have been doing something for us, but then we want to see it more and more. And then the future of the downstream petroleum industry, as we transition from the era of molecules to electronics, or let me say electrons, we'll be expecting that, as we also heard yesterday, that one of the dynamics is that the population of Africa is increasing, and meaning that there will be more demand for petroleum products, there will be more demand for transportation, and therefore to become relevant in the era of energy transition, then we should be looking at where the downstream can also contribute to low, or let me put it this way, decarbonization. How can we do this? With our oil marketing companies, are we likely to see a policy that will be directing them to sequester carbon dioxide in the form of plantation, forest plantation? With our refineries, we've seen one coming up, and then very soon I'm sure will also work. Is it likely we will also see a policy directing them for carbon capture? So these are the things we should be brainstorming so that we can find answers to some of the peculiar issues that will be confronting us as we move towards. Yes, as we become relevant in this era of energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other? Okay, so Gary, I guess you got only one question, but there's also, after Gary's question, there'll be another one. Let's probably address the last gentleman's question in terms of how do we get the petroleum downstream to decarbonize, even though there are these policies to try and switch to renewable energy and move on, but in the meantime, what are some of the policies that we can put in place to get them to start to decarbonize? I'll let Joseph and Stella take that, but first, Gary would answer the direct question to him.
Thank you, Michael, for the broad question. Yeah, in terms of energy transition, I think we're sort of on the starting blocks. The situation is very clear that Africa as a continent is energy poor, and that it's foolish to start thinking about everyone driving around in Teslas when every extra watt, gigawatt, megawatt of electricity that could be produced really should have to go into domestic and industrial use. There's been perhaps more movement in North Africa, I guess, in terms of places like Morocco, solar. Someone mentioned CNG in Egypt, although it's still a hydrocarbon. LPG per capita consumption in North Africa is considerably higher than sub-Saharan Africa. And I think that's purely down to the fact that it's very heavily subsidized. So that's the question, is that what you need to do to kickstart consumption? There has been, I mean, I'm not writing off electric vehicles altogether. There has been quite a lot of work done, particularly on battery-powered two-wheeler transport. I think they had that a lot in Kenya. There are lots of programs coming out for battery swap-outs. So that is something that is coming. I think actually the other thing I wanted to touch on was carbon credits, right. Because we haven't talked about carbon credits, and that's a sort of an innovation, and that's something that's coming. The problem with carbon credits is the situation today is that you can't earn carbon credits with LPG, because the way the rules and regulations are sorted out. You can, but it's it's a very complicated system. So the problem is that in some countries, and I know this actually has been a situation in Kenya, there's been promotion of what they call more efficient stoves, which still use charcoal, but you can get carbon credits to use those, which means that there's it's a backward step in some respects, because it's incentivizing people maybe to go back to charcoal rather than LPG. So it's something that needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Gary. Dr. Wilson, decarbonization of our sector, how should we go about it?
All right, thank you very much. I think with carbon capture, it's something that I will not recommend for now because of the capital outlay. It's very, very expensive. I quite remember, I think at COP27, Saudi Aramco gave us a presentation on what they are doing regarding carbon capture, and the cost involved is something huge, and I don't think any of our refineries can really shoulder it. So maybe in future they can, but what they can do is the sequestration, the carbon sequestration. They can easily do that as you suggested. So regulation may have to see how best, as part of maybe license requirement or something of that sort, you may encourage the players to either have, or those who are building a new station, to have a buffer. So a buffer within the station, which is basically just either they are growing grass or they are growing some plants, so that they can also have some carbon credit. Because I know that Ghana, we have carbon credit platform, which is being managed by, I think, EPA. EPA is handling that. Last time we met them regarding LPG, as Gary said, they indicated that LPG does not qualify because as a fuel, no, but what qualifies is the stoves. The stoves that we can really get carbon credited. But if they go into like planting of trees and others, that one we can help for them to get some carbon credit. But what we can do as a regulator is companies that take initiative to do that as part of maybe their license fee or something of that sort, they can really get some rebate, something just so that just to encourage others to also do that. So that is what I would say. Regarding industry academia collaboration, I think MPA, we've started, our first engagement was with the petroleum engineering in KUST, where we had a joint lecture together. And going forward, we intend to even sign an MOU with them to really see how best we can collaborate to assist in carrying out these research activities. And we also intend to engage other institutions like Institute of Oil and Gas, that of UCC, and that of Legon, to see how best we can really collaborate in terms of research in these emerging areas.
Okay, thank you. I like your point about some of the practical things we can do to earn some carbon credits. If you recall, Dr. Sando yesterday was trying to bring our attention to the fact that the world is talking about net zero emissions, and net zero emissions pretty much means that your emissions minus or your emissions plus your mitigation measures should completely give you zero emissions. So it does not mean you cannot emit, but your mitigation measures like planting of trees, anything that sort of absorbs the carbon helps. So things like that are low-hanging fruit. I'll come to you, Stella, for your final take on this.
Thank you, Dr. Sheila. I would like to say in Kenya, what we're doing as a regulator with industry is we, together with the National Industrialization Training Authority, are working together towards developing the program and the curricula which they're going to use to teach. This is a sizable mass of the population. So we have to make sure that it's relevant, it's forward-looking. And what we do with that is that we, at least, a member of the authority sits on the board to review the program and the curriculum which is going to be developed. So that is in progress. And also with the universities, we do have some universities which are very progressive. So they have delved much into the transition discourse and teaching. And I think in academia it's very important because you are building the future. You know, that's the difference of academia. Industry is now looking into the future, but academia is future. What do we do now? We know where we are going, so we are developing the program to go to that future which we are going to. And I remember in the chemical engineers page in Kenya, we had this discourse where we were asking, so this thing is, what are people talking about? Who is the potential employer? Where will our children work in the next 20 years? And I think that's how most of academia is attuned, because otherwise we will continue crying that we don't have local people. And so the academia really has to come forward and really grab this opportunity right now, such that our children should not be singing the songs we are singing. Yes, they will sing songs, but it should be of a different tune. So I think that is very key. Just to explain what Gary said about energy-saving stoves, initially what we used to have about as energy-saving stoves in Kenya, it was just a metallic stove. But what happened is that, it consumed a lot of, you had to put in a lot of charcoal and a lot of firewood because, you know, it loses energy very fast. So what they did is they now put some clay around it so that it retains the energy for longer. And now sort of calculating, you've spent less charcoal. That's what makes it energy saving. For us to move ahead, obviously, the political goodwill has to be there. The political goodwill is key because regulators worked with facts and values. So the facts are there. Most regulators hire very well-educated people, very well-informed people. But now when it comes to the values, you can propose something, but now when it comes and has a political weight, you know, as long as things are working, nobody sees what you're doing. But when something goes wrong is when now everybody wants you out of the office. So it's very important to keep on the discourse alive of what's happening. And as EPRA, that is one thing we endeavor to ensure. We do talk about EVs. We do talk about sensitize on LPG, the importance of LPG, safety, public safety is key for us. If any licensee has or carries out an activity or is found in the line of doing something that threatens the public safety, we de-license them. There's no conversation about it. And so I think based on that, you find that quite a number of people do try to toe the line. In LPG, there's a lot of mischief, you know, and that's one thing we have to know as regulators. Well, where people see things will work for them, they support you. Where people see things will not really favor them, they see where they can cut corners. So it's not that you're dealing with angels. They're business people, and for them, bottom line is important. Obviously, ESG is key because a regulator has to look for the public well, of the strongest person in the room as well as the weakest person in the room.
Great.
Thank you.
So we hear you about regulatory clarity and then also building the future in terms of education to make sure we factor in some of these future fuels in the training mindset of people. I had a direct question from Mr. Buzumbil for regulatory clarity on transition fuels. So for now, the group of fuels we've classified as transition fuels for now, CNG, LPG, biofuels, and at some point in time we're looking at hydrogen. Between the NPA and the Energy Commission, there's a settlement on regulatory clarity. As far as these fuels have to do with transportation, the mandate sits with the NPA. As far as the fuels have to do with power production, the mandate sits with the Energy Commission. And so you would see that it reflects in both laws. NPA has produced a new bill awaiting parliamentary approval. It's been stated clearly in there what our regulatory mandate with CNG. CNG is the same as natural gas. So what our mandatory, our mandate is in that regard. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we tried to discuss the future of petroleum downstream, looking at energy transition, looking at ESG issues, looking at digitization, where we spoke about baby boomers who might not be interested in AI at this point in time. It is a new conversation, and so we expect that it goes on. But what the point we want to make is that we have to move along with the world. Even though the African perspective is maximize our hydrocarbon resources, we still know what is happening in Germany, UK, everywhere. So we need to go along with the world and still adapt so that our businessmen do not fail. So this is the end of our session. Please, a round of applause for my panel members. Thank you so much. I think we'll take a group picture. MC. Unfortunately, I have the business of the next panel. So I'm sorry, you're not seeing the last of me yet. Probably this is the last time and I'll go away. So the next panel, I think that's the last panel of the day. And we're looking at optimizing the downstream supply chain to achieve efficiency, growth, and sustainability. Efficiency, growth, and sustainability. Everything we discussed yesterday, everything we've discussed today so far, how do we make sure that we attract the right investments? The investment dynamics in the oil and gas business landscape is shifting. Remember, we just spoke about ESG, we spoke about energy transition, we spoke about regulatory issues, we spoke about local content just a while ago. How do we put all of these in the same kitty to make sure that we're optimizing regulations in the petroleum downstream sector? I think my panelists, I hope they are here. Dr. Riverson Opong, if he's around, please a round of applause for him as he comes up. I have Mr. Albert Mante, the General Manager for Fuels Trade at BOST. Mr. Albert? Okay, Albert isn't here. We have Mr. Gershon Kluche, the consultant for the Tanker Owners Union. Please give him a round of applause. And then I have Madame Priscilla Ivy John Fair. Oh, Albert is in. A round of applause for Albert. Madame Priscilla, yes, she's coming as well. I hope our contributors are around. Charles Owusu, the CEO of PHDC. Can we see your hand? Okay, you join us. Right. Thank you very much for coming, the last panel, and thank you for tolerating my face again. I'll start with Dr. Riverson. Just a general introduction into the issue. We're talking about making sure we're efficient in regulations. We make sure that we're sustaining the industry. How do we opt? And we've already discussed that. We sort of have moved our industry from the beginning stage of trying to build infrastructure, from the beginning stage of trying to build processes. Now we think we're mature. Yesterday we had complaints about margins, pricing, and all of that. How do we optimize our industry? How do we make sure we're efficient, really, going forward?
All right. Thank you so much. And I'm happy you already said it, that this is more probably a sequel to whatever we discussed yesterday.
Yes.
Because, and even what you just talked about with the previous panel. So probably now we have time to even go deeper with other two panelists to also share their thoughts. What I'll share today is not different from whatever I shared yesterday, but probably want to throw light into whatever MP has done so far, because like yesterday we understood, identifying that there's an issue will always be the first step of solving a problem and optimizing, okay? And I always say that the oil and gas industry is only one of the industries that's so dynamic. You know, we don't need to bring COVID to make revenue. We are market driven, and also dynamic in terms of adapting to technology. And I was just discussing with someone at the back door. I mean, he was surprised that there was no airline into local content, and the industry has already localized. Yeah. So what is the local content policy going to do? You know, if the industry has already localized on its own, but again, it's regulation. It needs to. We need to adapt to it. So I mean, the understanding of the key factors that has helped the industry to grow may be one of the factors the regulator would like to look at it. And that's not limited to the fact that the market is growing. And the market growing is also bringing a lot of challenges among players. You understand? Like I said yesterday, the regulatory support is key, because it's the support from the regulator that will drive the policy that will be favorable to the operations and the revenue of the institutions. And like I always tell my members, one of my main goals is to make sure that their operation is not affected, because regulation will affect operations will affect revenue. So once that core understanding of how operations support from the policy aspect is set, you realize that things will fall in place. And again, I also touch on technology advancement. We have so many of our members today who have adapted to technology to maximize revenue. And it's amazing when I was having my members visit, what systems most of them have put in place to optimize supply and demand. So now the manager doesn't need to call that I need this volume. They are monitoring the volumes per day, and they know when the next truck should move to the station. You understand? And I think that's the adaptability that we're talking about. You know, you don't need the regulation to come and tell you to move on to AI, as mentioned earlier on. But again, what can they do to also themselves? You know, sometimes we always blame the regulator. The regulator has done that. But what can you also do on yourself to make sure that you are actually optimizing your revenue? Today, someone set up an OMC, sells 2 trucks, and go and buy a Jaguar. No, I've seen it. The young men coming up, everybody wants to be a CEO and an MD of an oil marketing company without understanding the nuances that is surrounding the company.
Right.
So he makes his first sales, avoid paying one tax, call it profit, and go and buy Land Cruiser. They realize that instead of investing the returns, or I'll call it, as we call it petroleum economics, the windfall profit that he or she got into the business, expanding, moving on to different products, you see him spend the money on trips that are not necessary. Again, regulatory systems will not help you to manage your revenue in that aspect. Then policy advocacy, and that's why probably, I've been on this panel more than anybody else, and you and I, because you're the policy director. Because I think one of the things that the CEO of NP and the deputy will understand, and you yourself, is one thing that I want to do is to have a constant engagement with you. Because once you understand the problem, like I've mentioned, then we can fine-tune whatever sustainable policy that we can drive into. So I think I'll end here for now.
Okay, I'll come to Albert. So Albert, I'm aware you, led all the trading initiatives for G4O so far. And we're touting a lot of the successes of G4O. So we're looking at some good margins in terms of business and all of that. As a service provider, as an importer, pretty much, what are some of the aspects you think you can do to optimize your business? Or what are some of the lessons you want to share with us that sort of has helped you be successful so far? Some practical things.
Thank you. So I think we need to see trade from end to end. So it starts from your order to the day that cash hits your account. In between, there are a lot of complexity that needs to be managed. And to mention a few, there are certain things about contract technicalities. You don't understand what it means, you need an expert to advise you. Else, you'll be signing on something which will be a cost to you, tomorrow. Another strong thing that players need to understand is to build good reputation of your business. Because your capital will be eroded over time. Now we see the CD depreciating, we see prices going up. If you're holding how much dollars today, is half by these incidents. And so once you build a strong reputation and where your partners can rely on you, then the business can still move regardless of you not having the money. And another key thing that we need to do is to invest in the people that are handling key areas of the operation. The directions of pricing and flow of activities are really available. If you subscribe to CTAC, to ICON, you see all these things, and it also gives you a level of prediction as to what is possible and possibly happening. But if you don't invest in these things, then you are left to just being hit by any incident, and anything that happens, you are just a defender to it. So I encourage players that beyond the regulatory protection and the environment that we are creating, the regulators are creating, as businessmen, you need to invest in what is important. And that importance comes from your own understanding of the business and your primary objective of setting up the business. To share something from gold for oil, I normally get calls, it's like, your prices, I can sell better than your prices. And I said, yes, it supports the gold for oil objective. If you can sell cheaper, the aim of the program is to sell cheaper. And if you can sell better than me, then it means that you are doing something very positive. Interestingly, after the inception of this program, I hope this whole market is changing, and it's changing very, very fast. Why? Because you cannot continue to do the business doing it the way you used to do it. Sitting, buy stock and sell stock. No. You will lose. And so you have to be actively engaged and be very close to the market. Now, another thing that I want to highlight from the regulatory side, which I think the regulator has to look, is to incentivize people to invest into key infrastructure that will help us, propel us to meet the growth that we all envisage. And one of the areas that we have to focus more is the inlets. Very key. If suppliers are coming in frustration, they are coming to wait for a long time, then it's difficult to come back. And so it's an area that if we are looking for investors, it's important it should be now. If we are not looking, then existing players have to be incentivized to collaborate effectively to invest in this area so that value can be preserved for everybody.
Okay, thank you. So we're talking two ways: optimization of regulation and then optimization of the sector players, because they both make up the supply chain. Mr. Kulichi, I'll come to you still on the same question, because you represent another group of service providers, probably further down the chain, the tanker drivers, the tanker owners, and the like. Practically, we've done business for a while. They've moved petroleum products in a certain way, certain types of trucks, certain age of trucks, dealing with UPPF and all of that. From your perspective, how can we do better, looking at the things we're confronted with in the future? Energy transition, maximizing our resources, making sure we're not stranding our truck assets, for example. If government decides to build a pipeline, a lot of trucks, are stranded. How do we optimize the use of our assets and our operations at that level?
Thank you very much, Sheila. Optimizing the resources in the haulage sector is critical. Presently, there are probably about maybe 3,000-4,000 haulage trucks, carrying products across the country, servicing a certain number of operators. There is already concern about, capacity utilization in the sector, because most of the players have, complained about not getting enough business to sustain the level of investment that they have made in those assets. So already we have that issue of concern. The issue of capacity utilization appears to be something that cuts across virtually the entire industry. It's not necessarily only in the haulage sector, but also in various other players in the value chain in the industry. But in our sector, that problem is already there of capacity utilization. And moreover, as governments or policymakers are thinking of other methods of transporting products like the pipeline and so on and so forth, it even brings down more into question the issue of how do we ensure that assets do not become stranded in future when some of these policy options come on stream. So it is a major conversation that we need to continue to have, but one important thing that we have to consider is that any policy change will have to look at the potential disruptive effect that that particular policy change is going to have on livelihoods and various important stakeholder sections of the society. And the policy options will have to consider how those sections of the community, of the society that are threatened, whose livelihoods are threatened by the policy choices that we are going to make, are reintegrated into the system so that they continue to have some livelihood, or reintegrated into the emerging system that they will continue to have the livelihoods. So asset utilization is a critical issue, not only in the haulage sector, but probably across the entire value chain of the industry. And we would like the regulator to begin to look critically into this area, because when we are talking about optimization, we cannot talk about optimization without reference to the input and output relationship, because we put in a certain amount of resources and we expect a certain amount of output to come into it. So if we are sub-optimizing resources in the sector, it has an opportunity cost.
Right.
It has significant opportunity cost for the entire economy, not necessarily for that sector alone, but for the entire economy. So these are conversations that we are supposed to be having, and the regulator would continue to have an eye on the sector in terms of capacity utilization, because we are talking about efficiency, sustainability, and growth. Sometimes we mistake increase in numbers just for growth. We mistake it. If we have a certain number of operators in the industry, is that growth? Is that necessarily growth? It may not represent growth. So we need to look at the other issues that affect the efficiency with which resources are utilized, and whether over-concentration of resources in particular sectors of the economy is not denying other sectors the use of those resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I hear you. You want us to have a balance, some sort of regulatory balance, and also make sure that we're looking to help sector players optimize. But remember, I said there's a regulatory optimization approach. There also must be a service provider optimization approach. I'll come to you, Priscilla. You're with Vitol. Yeah.
No, in this capacity, Ghana
Energy service provider, storage service provider. So from your perspective as a service provider, pretty much we have over 1.8 million metric tons of storage capacity in the country. That is what bothers you in terms of whether we are utilizing it efficiently or not. So how can we optimize that part of our infrastructure?
Okay. The first approach would be adaptation of technology. For us at Ghana, we have had to actually do a lot of investment in that sector. When we took over the terminal, we had to do a lot of investment. We recently actually had to do an inline additive system where OMCs who do additivation of their product had to do real-time doping of their trucks, so that it's not that after they have finished loading, they are now going to stand there and then dope the trucks before the trucks can load. So we've done that to decrease our gate-to-gate time, to attract certain crop of OMCs to our terminal. It has not been easy, but it requires a lot of money. It requires a lot of personnel training. It also requires a lot of tact, because you would have to do strategic investment to be able to attract the kind of flows that you want at your terminal. So I would say yes, innovation, adaptation of technology is very necessary, and also collaboration. In the industry now, we've been having series of meetings, and if there's any touchwood, if there's a fire in any terminal, we don't have interconnecting pipelines to be able to pump products to other terminals. So it's something that as an industry we need to have a look at, that if there is the need to do interconnectivity among the terminals, in case there's something in another terminal, we need to evacuate product quickly, we can quickly pump to some other terminals for safety, so that everybody in this place will be safe.
Of course, optimization requires adaptation of or adoption of best practices, because it does make sense to have that interconnectivity. I'll come back to you, Dr. Riverson. We've said that our industry has been around for a long time. We've matured and all of that, but there must be some still untapped potential within the petroleum downstream supply chain. And if we're looking to improve upon efficiency going into the future, what are the untapped potentials you think we have?
Yeah, I think, like I said initially, the petroleum industry is one of the industries that has the dynamism of changing itself in any market. Because I have seen about 3 turmoils in the oil and gas industry, and in any of them, there is something new that comes up from the upstream that will couple up to the downstream. It's kind of innovation. And one of the things I would say is the adaptability of the newer fuels that are coming. And I'm happy that you mentioned in your previous panel. Talking about CNG now, I set an example of what is happening in Nigeria, where the government of Nigeria now is stopping importation of all the government vehicles now go to CNG. You know, the only issue I have with going CNG Even though I've seen, so when you go to the north part of Africa, most of the oil marketing companies have added CNG to it. When you go to Europe, you see it. But in West Africa, especially in Nigeria and Ghana, with this our potholes, I have a very big issue, you know, because CNG, unlike the ice, a little bit of impact can cause fire, you know. So that's the only thing that I spoke with the energy minister back in Nigeria. That's the only challenge that we actually saw. But in terms of availability of gas and affordability of gas in Nigeria, they have it. So it was a good policy. And that's why I said that you cannot just go and so therefore go to Nigeria and say, I'm copying Nigeria's CNG policy and come and dump it here in Ghana. Because you don't have available gas and you don't have affordable gas to do it. But it's a good transition fuel that we can look into. And looking at the demand in Ghana, which is far lower than Nigeria, we could go back to Nigeria and say, okay, you're supplying VRA for power. But there's a downstream demand for CNG. Can we look at it? And I believe, looking at the amount of gas they flare, they could listen to the downstream players. So I'm talking about the adaptability of new fuel. And then also collaboration. I think that's one of the areas Ivy mentioned that I don't see. Because I see, sorry to say, my members, I'll say their interest at loggerheads. So everybody wants to make the maximum profit, everybody wants to make the name against the other. But I believe me, I believe a time will come that my members will see collaboration as a tool to come together and make the necessary revenue. So if I have 7 stations and I join my brother here and we own 20 stations, economy of scale will tell you that joint venture will do a better thing. Yeah. But then again, like I said initially, I mean, for him not to be called a CEO will be another issue of not doing that. But if Exxon and Mobil had to come together to beat Shell, Exxon and Mobil came together to become Exxon Mobil to beat Shell, because Shell was a superpower at that time. I believe maybe those in the mid-tiers will have to come together to face Goyle. Why not? But until that is done, I believe that is going to be one of the solutions to the advantages that we have not taken advantage of. And then also lastly, I'll talk about capacity building. He mentioned that there are a lot of capacity that we've rendered, I mean, untapped. You know, the technology that is in the system needs to be adapted to. I'm very happy with what we heard today from the mining sector, and it's true. I was in Australia. I saw about more than a lot of Ghanaians working there. You know, and this is from the mining sector. Even though you see oil and gas people also working across Africa. Another advantage probably Boss can take.
I have my cue to wrap up. So.
Oh. Lunch. Okay.
Accommodate.
All right.
So, by your last words,
so the last point is a deficiency, which could be an opportunity. Today we have cross-zonalization, but I hear a lot of complaints from my members that Boss is not able to transport the fuel to the depots. So I think that's another thing. Probably need to sit down with the NPA and Boss to see how best we can make it happen. Today, when you go to East Africa, they have pipeline transporting their crude oil products to Uganda.
So I'll go to Albert since you mentioned the Boss issue.
Yes, I'll end. But it is a critical thing. Look at how far Mombasa is. Yes. And look at where Uganda is, and even they go further to supply Rwanda. You understand? And now they are also talking about a reverse pipeline to supply gas and crude oil from Uganda to Mombasa. So we have neighboring countries who depend on us, and I'm very happy that the CEO mentioned that now there are even 3 more Senegal taking from us. Why can't you build pipeline to connect the interlines and even to Burkina? You know, because again, the transporters will come to me.
Dr. Rivison, I want to hear from the depot guy. So So pretty much, Albert, because I want to direct this specifically to your various businesses. Okay, what are the potentials you think we haven't unlocked yet? Riverson spoke about making sure we can have some proper pipelines to interconnect the various countries that can move products around. Priscilla, you're speaking about interconnectivity between the depots. But if you look at your businesses as they are, and I'm talking to the last three of you, pretty much what else do you think we can focus on looking at the challenges we are likely to see in terms of energy transition? What are the things we should look at?
So first, we need to look at shared services.
Right.
Because it costs more to think that you can do it alone. It's a very small marketplace. And so once we come together and we have the idea put together rightly, everybody gets served without any much costs. Today, we see a lot of these platforms we use. Most of them are traders. Traders who have learned and documented the experiences.
Right.
It's what we see today. What do? We do all manner of good things. We don't document. We don't even try to build a database that when we're experiencing an issue, we can go back and see whether it has happened before. How did you solve it? So this investment in IT is also very, very key. We also need the right partnership. And the partnership is not just the industry players, even the banks. They borrow money to the people. They don't understand even how the operation works, and it doesn't work.
Right.
And so with the right partnership and also the willingness to understand what we are investing in, we'll be able to get rid of some of these difficulties.
Mr. Kluche, your final words on how we unlock our potentials and be more efficient.
We cannot avoid talking about alternative methods of product delivery, alternative logistic platforms for product delivery. We cannot avoid talking about that, especially the area of pipelines. These are things that we have to explore going forward, looking at the way, what the industry, the direction in which the industry is going. And when we talk about optimization and efficiency, these are things that we have to talk about. We have to also continue to leverage on technology and to perfect what we have already started to ensure that it delivers the value that we are expecting. And also we continue to have stakeholder engagements to ensure that whatever policy options, policy changes that we are introducing, we have significant enough stakeholder engagement to minimize any disruptive effect on significant sections of the society.
Thank you, Mr. Kluche. Priscilla.
Yes, all of my co-panelists have talked about collaborations and partnerships. Yes, it's very important. We need to collaborate with the other players in the industry. From the regulator side, I will touch on something I think a lot of people here would agree with me on the LACAN allocations, and we really need to maximize the way the LACANs are allocated. And so that if somebody comes and wants to discharge, does not have to spend so much time there and then sit on so much demurrage, so that we can quickly go round and turn around the tanks, and then people can have their products to be able to load and then delivered.
Right, Priscilla, thank you. So we'll go to the audience.
Madam Moderator, my audience, between lunch and Q&A in a lunch setting and questions or Q&A in a dry setting, which one would you prefer? Still Q&A?
Q&A one. Just three more questions.
Okay, so one here, Madam, and the guy at the back. Let's start with the guy at the back.
Francis Ovoscobia is my name. I am a farmer, a builder, and a climate change advocate. I am confused, so I want some explanation between where Ghana stands between oil and gas company, energy transition, and climate change. I'm just from Legon. When you go to the climate change conferences and seminars, we are talking about renewable energy. when you come to oil and gas, now we are talking about sustainability and efficiency. It means we want to maintain the oil and gas company to get the oil from the soil. So I don't know where Ghana stands as compared to international body. If you can help me, thank you.
Okay, we shall take the next one.
The second one.
My name is Samuel Etuahine-Wedu, and I'm from Glyco General Insurance Company. I've been much educated over the last 2 days about how the oil and gas space is actually operating. But I was really hoping to have heard something more about how insurance is playing its role in the space. Perhaps going forward, we might want to consider the NIC as part of the panel members, because our space is very risky. We are exposed to a lot of risks, and risk mitigation is very important. At Glyco, we have taken steps to, and at the risk of marketing, at Glyco, we've taken steps to position ourselves in that space, and we realize it's a big market. A lot of people don't understand how the oil and gas space works, and so we don't have tailored insurance products for them. Perhaps we might want to start that conversation. I noticed upstream has GOGIP, but perhaps we might want to do something specially for the downstream too. Thank you.
Last one. Madam.
Good afternoon. My name is Bernadine Ayram Anku. So I would like to ask, with the rate at which the downstream industry is growing, I'm a bit concerned. Maybe it will get to a time where we wouldn't need BRVs to be transporting products to the various filling and service stations. And maybe we wouldn't even need human beings at the various depots. And with other emerging concerns, what is the plan? Let's say in 30, 40 years to come, what is the plan so that the industry doesn't grow and plateau? Let me put it like that. Thank you.
Okay, so
Madam,
we'll start.
Because it's an international conference, we'll take the last one from Kenya,
Sure.
and then that will be.
Thank you. Mine is not a question, but just a comment, because taxpayers' money has been used to bring me to Ghana. So I just wanted to explain to the farmer that in the petroleum industry, when we look at a barrel of fuel, we don't just see transport. We see source of electricity. It powers the power plants. We see source of fuel for industry. We see, we are not just looking at the vehicle. And the climate change discourse has highly been focusing on transport. So yes, when you attend, the focus will be highly on minimizing emissions from transport. So yes, it goes there. But the people here are also seeing the other areas which the petroleum is being used. And the focus now is how do we reduce the carbon intensity of that petroleum. So I didn't want it to go because taxpayers' money has been used to bring me to this beautiful country of yours. And I wanted to feel at least it's not going to waste. Thank you. I leave it to the panelists.
Thank you, Stella. But on that same note too, I wanted to explain to you what the Ghana position on energy transition is. I explained a bit yesterday that the Africa position, and indeed Ghana's position as well, is that we want to maximize our hydrocarbon resources. So even though the world is saying they want to, initial targets for the world was to transition to full renewable energy by the year 2030, and then the target was shifted to 2050. Ghana's energy transition plan wants to transition by the year 2070. So we want to maximize our hydrocarbon resources. Then, well, we also keep talking about net emission, like a net zero emission. So if you remember, Dr. Sando explained yesterday, and I explained just recently that if you want to talk about net zero emission, you produce emissions, but your mitigation measures should also be able to clear your emissions. So we're not there at all. We want to make sure we maximize our resources. Dr. Riverson, if you want to add to that particular question.
Yeah, I mean, asante sana to the lady from Kenya for doing justice, you know. Basically, like you also said yesterday, the oil and gas industry will coexist with whatever new sort of fuel will come. And for Africa, that sort of energy will be, I mean, again, you see, thank you so much. I don't go there. You and I will not live to see that one, you know. But again, we will see EVs coming in the space. We will see, I mean, for us, it's exotic. You know, have you seen EV before? You know, it's exotic. Until then, we're not against it. I mean, and I think, let's say this very clearly. We're not against energy transition, we're not against energy adaptability or sustainability in the American way or in the European way, not now in my way. But we are going to coexist. And looking at the space now in the electricity mix or in the energy space, the role of oil and gas is about 85%. Oil and gas is 85% in the energy mix. To move by a percentage, you have no idea how much BOE you require to replace it. You understand? So it's not that easy. Let's sing the right song in the right tune. Now there's a question on the people not being, but Bernardine, yeah. So see, it's the same as the energy transition thing. We need to adapt to it. When I used to work in the Middle East, in Iraq, you didn't go to the field because it's too hot. So we apply artificial intelligence to operate the field from the corners of your garage or your room. Okay, so a time will come you'll be able to monitor your operations, turn your valves to the right, increase from your depot, which you didn't need human being, but you still need human being to operate that. You need human being to give you that software. Okay, so it will be changed like we see in Saudi Aramco. The Saudi Aramco guys are able to operate all their fields from a single room without anybody going on the field. But they still use human being to operate that software and to create that software with a new dimension that is coming up. So for me, if I had a chance, I might go into learning machine learning, AI, to advance myself to the new world that we're going to go in. Thank you.
So Priscilla, the question about insurance, well, maybe before you come in, because I'd like you to give the perspective of your service provider, I mean, how you approach insurance. But as another way of informing you, the NPA is also working with the National Insurance Commission to come up with some structured insurance process for our industry.
Sheila,
but I'll let the private sector person
talk. He knows about that.
Talk.
He had to market himself.
So Priscilla, what do you do?
Okay, so as terminals, we have insurance for various categories. We have insurance for the building itself. We have insurance for the product in the inventory we hold in tanks on behalf of the various BDCs, so that in case of any fire or anything, we can fall back on insurance. And we also have insurance for our assets. So it's not, gentlemen, it's not as if we don't have any insurance in the industry. There is already existing policies for various categories in the industry.
Thank you. Mr. Kuche, the lady asked about the future of our industries. Maybe if you focus on transportation, what do you see?
With respect to transportation, we now predominantly we are dependent on BRVs. We also, I believe that the industry also has some system of transporting through batches, and also there's a pipeline connecting up to Mamiota Depot. Some of those infrastructure may not be currently fully operational, but I believe that going forward, especially as product prices increase and efficiency becomes a key issue, there will be the conversation towards more efficient delivery systems. And most probably, we foresee a situation in which primary distribution, for example, will be tackled using pipelines. But secondary distribution is likely to continue to rely on BRVs for some time. But pipelines are long-term projects that have to be properly conceptualized and organized and funded and implemented. So this can take some time to realize.
Thank you, Mr. Klushi. And BRVs are bulk road vehicles, otherwise known as the road tankers. Any final words, Albert?
I think after this, maybe we will see the industry very different. Petrochemical production is an area we haven't tapped in.
Yeah.
Maybe, and the farmer, even your shoes, your shirts, they are all coming from petrochemicals. So I believe that they will be used for fossil fuel.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for enduring us before lunch. Thank you, Mr. MC.
A group photo together. And as for the future of transportation, it's simple. Vote Nana Kwame Bediako and the new force. We shall dredge the sea from Accra to Kumasi and beyond. This is how we define growth, efficiency, and sustainability in the petroleum downstream. Has it been a good time? Please put your hands together for all the panelists, all the moderators, all the presenters. And so I shall now invite our rapporteur to give us a wrap of today, after which we shall hear from our very own CEO to close us. A round of applause as he comes. For lunch, it will be like yesterday. We shall make way for all our VIPs to file out first, and then we shall all be led in sections. Thank you.
So we are giving a summary of the whole proceedings. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a summary of the two-day event. Okay. I think I'll delve straight into the issues, key issues raised for today. And the key issues emanating from this conference are: one, on current and future market conditions. It's been agreed that there's increasing demand for petroleum products, driven mainly by population growth and economic growth. And the full onboarding of Dangote and Central Refinery would reduce the shortfall in supply of petroleum products in Africa and Ghana, respectively, which would improve competitiveness and efficiency in the market. On regulation, there's been a commencement of a process to repeal and replace the NPA Act to meet current market realities, and the bill is currently ready in Parliament. Regulation would also continue to move in the direction of achieving growth, efficiency, and sustainability through its main levers of safety standards and compliance, quality assurance, and pricing. The NPA is declaring zero tolerance for poor quality petroleum products, and also leveraging technology to this end. The cylinder recirculation model has been rolled out in Greater Accra and will continue in other regions in the coming months. On price deregulation, it's fully operational and certainly needs continuous improvement. There is a need to review the price deregulation relative to importers due to the challenges they expressed yesterday. Also, on instability of prices, there is a high level of instability of prices of petroleum products, which is mainly driven by the high depreciation of the cedi, the low economies of scale by importers and OMCs, high taxes, which has also led to dwindling margins of importers and OMCs, threatening their sustainability. On policy interventions relative to the instability of prices, government has rolled out two key policy interventions to address the challenge of instability of petroleum products. This includes the Gold for Oil and the forest auction for importers of petroleum products. Both policies have worked to a large extent,
notwithstanding that the challenge still persists. Therefore, the Bank of Ghana is committed to expanding both interventions. On market competition, the good for oil policy kind of distorts the market, and government must be deliberate about aligning its interest with that of the private sector. Boss now being Bulk Energy, in fulfilling its mandate, needs to complement other market players in the private sector instead of competing them out of the market. The many number of operators in the OMC and BDC is also a major enabler of market inefficiencies. Opportunities through AFTA. AFTA provides a great opportunity for growth for market operators, and so there's a need for harmonization of standards for petroleum products in the region, as the current variation poses challenges to trade. Political instability in the Sahel regions has been a great concern for trade as well. On local content, there is a need for a plan focused on building capacity of Ghanaian businesses to enable them to participate effectively in the market. The downstream local content policy is being modeled around the upstream policy. I would move straight to the key recommendations. On price and currency depreciation, the key recommendations include BOG should continue and scale the good for oil and forest auctions to improve the market. Government should also direct policy to retain the value of exports to meet foreign exchange demand of the country, and should also consider legislating the purchase of gold with cedis. The regulator should also review the price build-up for the BDCs, and MPA should also leverage the success of the LPG bulk tender to affect other petroleum products. On petroleum security, the recommendation is that the regulator has to lead conversations on Ghana's petroleum security, and strategic efforts should be made to revive thermal oil refinery. Policy should focus on creating the right environment to collaborate with the private sector to resuscitate or to revive thermal oil refinery. Recommendations on the market. Regulations should be targeted at reducing the number of players, OMCs and BDCs, in the downstream to efficient levels, and more collaboration between the regulator and the market players to address market challenges, including sanctioning regime and price floors. AFCTA opportunities. There is a need for harmonization of the standards for petroleum products in the region, as the current variations pose challenges to trade. On local content policy must be complemented by capacity development. Local content policy must not be implemented in isolation. It must be part of a broader national strategy. The local content law must also focus on national value addition. If I may conclude, the conference has been successful by many metrics, and the discussions here would be a useful catalyst for building a future for growth, efficiency, sustainability of the petroleum downstream. Thank you, and bon appetit.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our hardworking rapporteurs. It has taken vision to bring together all the players in the petroleum downstream. I ask that you put your hands together for the visionary CEO of the MPA, the Honorable Dr. Mustafa Hamid, as he closes us. A round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I guess that there's nobody in this hall hungrier than I am. So I'm going to be very snappy and just, by way of closing, first of all, thank all my international guests for attending this conference. That really gave it the international dimension. Otherwise, I would become like all these modern day mushroom churches that have international affixed to their name, whether or not they have an international branch. So, Gary Steele, Anibal, my EPRA friends, all of you, you indeed have given me the opportunity, or if you want, the ticket to really label this conference as international. And I'm truly grateful for your presence. Secondly, the hall has been packed from day one yesterday until now. I was telling somebody outside that in a country where people are not really excited about intellectual stuff, it's really heartwarming to find that even though we've been drilling numbers and figures and everything else, people have sat glued to their seats for the 2 days that this conference has run. And even today, I realized that more people have come and registered and gotten tags to be here, meaning that whichever way it is, we are all interested in the development of our country, aside NDC and MPP. And so you must give all yourselves a very good high round of applause for that. A lot of takeaways for us. And Sheila, my policy coordinator, whispered to me and said, Chief, immediately after this conference, you have to call an executive committee meeting of the MPA to incorporate all the nuggets of wisdom that have been dropped at this conference into our regulatory framework. So thank you for enriching our perspective, and we promise that we will do better than that. The more important matter, and perhaps the last matter that I will talk about, two other things, consolidating businesses. Consolidating businesses. I think that Dr. Riverson is right, that in a small country like Ghana, 30 million people, we have over 200 oil marketing companies. I really think that that is too much for a small economy like our country. Bigger and more populous countries have just 5, 6, some even have just 2 or 3 oil marketing companies, and we have over 200. I think that that's too much. People should be prepared, like they suggested, to come together, consolidate their businesses. It doesn't matter if you have a chief executive responsible for operations, chief executive responsible for, if that is the title you want, you can find a way of assigning all of you the chief executive title and still run a consolidated company. You know, that way we will have a more robust system than all what the Ghanaians call soppy companies. Just this morning, as I was sitting down there, my head of licensing, Bridget, I saw she had sent me an email that says that 13 OMC licenses have been revoked because they do no longer meet the requirements for holding their licenses. So please, the consolidation is not just important for yourself and the survival of your business, it is also important for assessing the real strength of our economy. Mr. Joe Jackson's presentation was also very insightful. We want to let Mr. Joe Jackson and everybody know that already, just last week, the Economic Regulation Directorate of MPA presented a draft letter to me that was to go to the president to suggest that the gold for oil program, rather than covering only 30% of our imports, should cover the entire 100% of our imports. And to confess, whilst immediately he said that, even whilst he was still on this podium, I called my executive assistant, Faisal, and said, where is the letter? And he said, I said, bring it now. I want to sign it to the... So I have signed the letter even as I sit here. You know, just to underscore the fact that everything that we are sitting here and doing, I am committed that it's not going to be a talk shop. It's not just going to be one of the places where people talk and then they go away. We intend to implement these suggestions and take them seriously. The last point is about curriculum development in our institutions of higher learning. I graduated, was it this year we graduated, Faisal, in the MA Energy Law program? Yes, early this year, in January, I graduated in the Masters in Energy Law program from the University of Ghana. And to confess, that curriculum is heavily upstream curriculum. What we call Masters in Energy Law is heavily upstream. Perhaps 80% of the curriculum is upstream. I'm sure it's the same with the oil and gas faculty at the University of Cape Coast. Oftentimes, downstream content is lacking in our energy programs in the universities. When you talk oil and gas, everybody is thinking upstream, exploration and so on. But like Anibal has constantly said, and I'm happy that you keep saying it at every forum, please keep repeating it, that nobody puts crude oil in their vehicle to move, in their generator, in their machine. Nobody does that. Every product, petroleum product that is usable is a refined product. So quite frankly, it is the downstream petroleum industry that should be the driver of anything and everything petroleum. And so now we won't wait for you to come. It's also possible that all the people who go to Dundee, I think that's the other major place where people in Ghana go to learn oil and gas, do oil and gas studies. It's possible that Dundee and all of those places are also heavily upstream loaded. So when they come to teach in our faculties, they just come with their upstream knowledge. So now we are going to come to you. We ourselves are going to write to all our faculties at University of Cape Coast, KNUST, and Legon. And I myself, I'm a lecturer, so we are going to flesh out the courses and send them to you to incorporate in your curriculum so that there's a balance between downstream and upstream studies in our faculties of petroleum studies and energy. So with that said, I want to officially declare Ghipcon 2024 duly closed. Assalamu alaikum.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it hasn't happened without the brilliant work of the organizing committee. I'd like to invite all the members, Richmond Akoli, Redeemer Hansen, Duncan, Albert Duncan, Faisal Ibrahim Sise, please come up. Maria Edith Kwe, Ali Nuhu Abeka, Ayi Yakubu Zakaria, Osei Yao Dankwa, Dr. Joseph Wilson, Dr. Riverson Opong, Dr. Patrick Kwekuofori, and the man who presides over it all as the chairperson, yours and mine, the Honorable Curtis Perry Kwabla Okujato. Oh, come on, let's hear it up for them. And through the years, you've ensured that this has not been a talk shop. It's been one of action, positively impacting the downstream sector. We salute you. But ladies and gentlemen, help me also salute the team that have put this all together. Isn't this amazing? Oh, come on, look at the ambience. Look at it. Hasn't everything been smooth? There's only one name that ensures all of this. It is BTL. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as they come up. Team BTL, let's see you. Mr. Lawyer Mandy, let's see you and your team. Please come up, please come up, please come up. The best in conferencing. Conferencing is a delicate art, and through the years, they've honed their craft, ensuring that we leave conferences impacted. BTL, we salute you. Come and join us. Even me with that mascara crown here. Or say, La ilaha illallah. And so together, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you rise with us and let's leave here with a resolve to do for us and this generation and for posterity the best, as we pray in the best way we know how. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. Together we pray. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong, bold to defend forever the cause of freedom and of rights. Fill our hearts with true humility. Make us cherish fearless honesty. And help us to resist oppressors' rule with all our will and might forevermore. And help us to resist oppressors' rule with all our will and might forevermore. And so we ask your blessings upon the Ghana International Petroleum Conference. We ask your blessings upon our homeland Ghana, for us in Africa, but above all, for all of us. And we ask this in your name, O God. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jerry Ajololo. It's been mine to represent, and I thank you all. We shall see you next year for Ghipcon 2025. 26, yes. And so, as we did yesterday, all our VIPs will be ushered to their holding area. All of us will be ushered to our respective places. Please, owner or driver of vehicle whose key has been deposited here, please see me for collection.